Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
It's 4 minutes till showtime.
Hey, fellas, don't fight over that hot dog. There's plenty for everyone. Big, plump, and juicy, wrapped in an oven-fresh bun. Add mustard, relish, ketchup, and go to work. Yes, the hot dogs at our refreshment center are the best you'll find anywhere. Everybody agrees on that.
It's 3 minutes till showtime.
Thirsty? The refreshment stand is open with everything to satisfy your taste buds. Here's the menu: the hottest, freshest, crunchiest popcorn, each kernel popped to its fullest with that real movie time taste. Cold drinks. You'll find your favorite ice cold, tasty, and thirst quenching. And hot dogs, hamburgers, and candy too. Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
It's 2 minutes till showtime.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
Quality hamburgers, the most popular snack in the country. We serve them plain or garnished to your taste.
There are words men live by, words of strength, of wisdom, and of peace. We urge you to find the spiritual comfort and guidance we all so greatly need by attending your place of worship regularly.
Just 1 minute to go.
And now, on with the show.
No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome.
Hello, fellow humans, and welcome to my stream. We are currently playing 3 games at the moment. We got the Falling Star Bounty, we got the Comet Nano, and we got, as always this week, the Big Dark Matter €1,000 guarantee, €10 buy-in. Doing a little better in it today than we were yesterday. We've already pulled one stack out when somebody shoved into our kings with queens, and we held. Astonishingly, so we've got a few extra chips. Oh, my apologies. My apologies. That was in the Dark Matter, or the Falling Star that happened, not the Dark Matter. My apologies. I need to pay attention to my tournaments. I need to pay attention to what tournaments I'm talking about. That was the Falling Star that happened. So I have not updated any of my numbers yet today, running a little bit behind, so we're going to do that now. I just want to double check something. We picked up a bounty for that. Yes, we did, 34 cents, so we can start with that as well. Alrighty, so let's add. We have got a new day. We're playing 3 tournaments, so let's get that set. So we've got the €1 Falling Star 1, and we've already taken 0.34 in that. We have got the 0.65 Nano Comet. And we have got the €10 Dark. We've got the €10 Dark Matter. Alrighty, our numbers are in, and we are underway. Let's have a look at the Falling Star table, where we've fluffed a pretty big hand and turned even fucking bigger. So we're pretty happy to be playing this pot. We checked around on the flop because we were first to act, and we were hoping that somebody else would bet. I sort of hate the fact that that jack has come on the river, but I think we've got to bet regardless. I'm really surprised you called me there with ace high. I don't think. I mean, I would have been cautious to call with my 10 there if he re-raised me or put in a bunch of money there. That's pretty bizarre that call with ace high there. Pretty much snapped me off too, which is kind of interesting. So yeah, so we've got the Falling Star here. We've got the Comet Nano, our old friend. Haven't done much there yet, and we've got the. Oh, that is the wrong table. That is the right table. There we go. We have got the Dark Matter, where we're down a little bit in chips, but or maybe we're up. No, it's a 6,000 start stack in this one, isn't it? It's a 6,000 start stack, right? Right? Yeah, 6,000. Alrighty. Things are going pretty well for us in the dark matter. Or not in the dark matter, in the falling star. I apologize. Dark matter's not going terribly either, but the falling star, we've built up a double chip stack and are already taken one booty there. So we're taking booties. We're building stacks. Doing okay there. We are doing okay there. I do have some new commercials cut for you guys today, but I haven't set them up to run on my stream, so you're going to be watching a little bit of the setup magic as we go to breaks as I set up the new commercials. So I don't think I'm going to play the big black hole today. I think I'm going to play the little black hole Nano if I play any black hole version today. We'll see how many tables I have when that gets going or later on. I'm still thinking that's one that I wouldn't mind putting some money into. I do pretty well in the Nano version, and I don't think it's a terrible one because it's so deep. I don't think it's a terrible one to fire out as a free roll. And at €5, it's a good. It's not far off my buy-in range at the moment. Though I think the other one I should probably start putting some money into is the €5 Falling Star bounty tournaments as well, because I've only played the €1 Falling Star, I think. So I should probably look at the. I know there's a couple of €5 ones as well, and I should look at those. Hello, Addy. I am on and running today, streaming our search for dark matter gold. Dark matter gold is kind of a contradiction in terms if you know anything about science, but what the hell? We're playing poker. It's got nothing to do with science here. We're just having fun with terms. So we're searching for dark matter gold here, folks. We've picked a couple of little gold dark matter nuggets out of the stream, but we're looking for one of those big honking chunks of gold now. So currently what we got running is 3 games. We got the Dark Matter here, €1,000 guarantee, €10 buy-in. That is our big super high roller for the day. We're also playing the Comet Nano, our old friend. We have won that tournament once. We came second in it yesterday. We've got a couple other seconds as well. Go deep in there fairly often. It is one of our favorite tournaments. And we got another one of our favorite tournaments, the €200 Falling Star Bounty, where I'm not sure I'm pretty sure I haven't won this one yet. I know I final tabled it, and I think I came second one day. And if I'm not mistaken, the day I came second, I got no bounties. I came second and got no bounties, which I thought was kind of an astonishing feat, actually. I mean, for me, it's actually makes perfect sense, to be honest, if you watch my playstyle. But I'm one of the only people in the world that could probably do that on a regular basis. But yeah, so I like that one as well, and we got a double stack there now, and doing pretty well. Probably could have put in a raise with my ace queen here in the small blind, and being out of position, I probably should have done that actually. But we're going to check to the raiser now because we did have, I'm sure that was a raised pot, right? Oh no, that was just a limp pot. That's okay. I can come over top of this bet now. And possibly get called lighter than I would have had I actually been leading the action. So I don't want to go too big there. So let's actually go to something like 285. So I think since we took over the betting lead with our raise, we're going to continue here with a half pot bet. So our 2 pairs is ahead of any of the value hands that flopped other than sets. The only thing that we aren't ahead of at this point is, as I said, sets, and then the random Jack King straight draws, which should not have been there from the flop. Excuse me, sorry, I didn't mean to cough in your ears there. I usually mute my mic when I do that, and I totally forgot that time. I apologize. I do apologize. So far, the Comet has been a pretty slow day for us. Not much has happened, although something might be happening on this hand. So let's flip over there and have a quick look at what's going on. I'm going to call behind with top pair here. So we got top 2 now, although it's possible. I mean, I don't really see him betting on a 4. He could easily be betting on an overpair to this board. He could also be betting on ace X hands like ace kings, ace queens, that sort of thing. Now that he checks on the river, diamonds was another thing that he easily could have been firing on with this, so I think I'm happy to go. Wow, so the 4 takes it, and he was ahead of my 7, so it was an overpair to the board. Good hand on his part, actually. He probably lost the minimum there, and probably took the spots that he needed to try to take to win the pot when you don't have somebody with a random 4 out there. Dark Matter, we're going to get involved here with a pair of 10s. Certainly be nice to flop a set here. Get us a nice start here in the Dark Matter. An overpair to the board's never terrible. I'm not thrilled with the pair of 8s because ace 8's not entirely out of range for small blind, big blinds to be betting, but I don't think we can assume that he's got an 8. think we just check behind here for pot control and see what happens on the river. So unfortunately now any hand he flopped, we're behind. But also unfortunately, I think there's enough ace-x and spade hands out there, straight draws, that might bet this that I probably need to call down here. Thank you, Shopper. Thank you, Shopper. Good to see you here. And good luck to you in whatever you are playing today as well. Ant-Man, I'm curious about that last hand. Or Addy and Night Shopper, curious about that last hand if you think my call there made as much sense as I thought it did. I mean, obviously I won the pot, but that's, we're not being results oriented here. We're being process oriented. My thought process in getting to the call was that I don't think he has. I think that he's on draws enough that I have to make that call. Even though I'm going to lose relatively often to hands that have either a 6 or an 8 in them from the flop, I think I probably still have to make that call on the river. I think one of the marks of a, wouldn't say good poker player, but at least an improving poker player, is somebody who's willing and able to say when they lose a pot that they made a good play, and when they win a pot, consider whether they made a horrible play. Because it's one of the key things about poker is that you can't focus on the results, and just because you win a pot doesn't mean you had any business being there. I mean, look at me with that 10-6 shove that I did a few weeks back where I ended up winning the pot, going on to win the tournament. I take the chip lead and I go on to win the tournament. Sure, that's cool when that happens, and it's great. It makes for fun poker, and it's one of the reasons poker is fun is because anything can happen at any time. But at the end of the day, I have to go back and look at that and go, yeah, that play won you that particular hand and won you the tournament, but don't try this at home, folks. Let's not be trying to bullshit anybody into thinking that this was actually the proper thing for me to do in that spot with my chip stack with the dynamics of the table and what was happening. It happened. We happened to get lucky in that spot, but that doesn't mean it was a good play. So I think that's one of the key marks is being able to kind of identify. I just wonder if that call's profitable in the long run or not. I think it probably is, but I don't think we're going to continue with this. Hello, Piano Cat. Always good to see you here, as usual. Alrighty, so this is the hand I was asking about before. Whoops, hang on a sec, let me get this size so it's easy to see. Alrighty, so this is the hand I was talking about. Basically what happens is I get dealt 10s in middle position, I put in a raise, we see quite a few callers, one in position, then the blinds come along behind. We got an overpair to the flop, so it checks to us, or sorry, it doesn't check to us. We get the donk bet from Goethes. So I figure I've got an overpair. I've got to come along. I didn't really want to put in a raise here because I could be up against an 8, a random 8 of some sort, and I don't really want to commit a bunch of chips when I'm potentially behind at this point. But I'm not really going anywhere either, so we put a call in behind, and it ends up just being us heads up to the turn. Pretty bricky on the turn, I think. But because of the possibilities of hands like Ace 8 and things like that, I decided to check back. I should probably bet on this. I should almost always bet, I think, here instead of checking back. It was a pot control sort of thing, and I didn't want to bloat the pot at this point. So maybe I should check back. I don't know. This is one of the spots on the turn here where I'm not entirely sure that I played it as well as I could have. So we go to the river, and the river is about the grossest card I could think of, because now any pair that he's either a 6 or an 8 from the flop is ahead of me now. But I'm also still ahead of a lot of draws. I'm ahead of a lot of the I'm ahead of all the straight draws. I'm ahead of all the flush draws. I'm ahead of all the ace highs that might have been taking a line like this from the flop. So when he throws out a half pot bat, I'm not really sure what to make of it at this point. But I decided that there's enough. He's on enough possible bluffs here. He's on enough possible draw hands from the flop that I can't fold an overpair to the board at this point. So I put in the call, and it turns out I'm right this time. But as I said, that's not necessarily an indication that you made the right decision. So I'm curious what you guys think. Got an interesting hand actually developing on the dark matter again. I got ace king. We turned our ace, and we could be against ridiculous hands like 3-5, based on his because he bet the ace. But I just think we're against a smaller ace, and I think we just have to call here all the time. Wow, and he's just against 2 pair. No, he said he was sick. He said he had a headache. So alrighty, so let's actually go through that hand again as well, and maybe I should not have been making that call on the river. So let's bring this one up now. Nice one, Night Chopper. Good to see you. Good to see both you and Addy in there with me. I'm always happy to play with friends. Right, so I get ace king here in the cutoff, and we got limps in front of us. So I put in a 4x raise. We get a call from the big blind, and the initial limper gets out of the way. So we're heads up to the flop. Figure to go check. I could put out the c-bet on that flop, but it's not really credible for a pre-flop raiser to be getting much of that flop. So I'm trying to rep a pair basically if I do that. I think so. I figure checking behind is the best option here. Ace comes on the turn. Great card for us because we got the top now. But Maze starts betting into us, which is kind of odd. It's not really a donk bet because we're at the turn now, and I did give up the betting lead on the flop. But I'm not going anywhere with my top, so we call behind. River comes a 5, which brings in some of the straights, obviously. Anything with a 3 now is ahead. But I don't really think I can get away from anyone here. So we make the call, and it turns out he's on ace 9, which, is unfortunate for us because that's 2 pairs. But I think I have to make that call on the river. I'm not sure I got there the right way, but yeah, you're right. I think, Addy, if I made a mistake on that hand with the 10s, it's not betting the turn. Alrighty, we've got a hand brewing in the falling star. Cool. We got our set, and we got another booty in the falling star. Building a stack, taking booties. That's our second 34-cent booty in the falling star. That is our second 34-cent booty in the falling star. I like it when your aces hold, especially when they hold for a booty. Okay. Yeah, he said he had a really bad headache, so hopefully he's able to get better before his live poker, because there's very little worse in this world than sitting in a live poker room with all that chip riffling and stuff when you've got a massive migraine headache going. It's just like nails on a chalkboard, I think. That's good logic, Night Shopper. Actually, I wasn't going quite that deep. But yeah, it does make sense that he continues with his betting on the turn if he's got an 8. Actually, I should have thought more about that because that does make good sense. I was thinking about that, Piano Cat, and I actually think today I'm going to drop back to the Nano Black Hole again. I'm not giving up totally on the big black hole, but I don't think I'm going to play it all week. I think I might play 2 or 3 versions of it in amongst the dark matter. But I don't think I'm going to play it every day, and I think today is one of the days I'm not going to play it. Got a king queen here. I guess I have to probably get out of the way here to a 3-bet. Getting almost 4-1 now. Yeah. Let's put in a raise from the small blind with 7s. In the Comet, Nano. Ah, oh well. We are done in the Comet. That was unnecessarily aggressive of me, but it felt unnecessarily aggressive from him. So I got suckered in by that, I guess. Alrighty, so we're done in the Comet Nano. Such is life. Not hugely unhappy with the way that went down, although I'm not thrilled with it either, obviously, but Evisceration, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So currently the only ones we're playing are the Falling Star Bounty and the Big Dark Matter. Queen King, I think we'll get out of the way with that. Sorry, I'm just looking at some of the qualifier events that might be coming up here shortly. Specifically looking to get to €10 tickets. So what do we got? We got I just missed a qualifier to €2 tickets. Crap. Another one in an hour and a half though, so we'll register in that one. The €2 ticket gets me a €2 into €10 buy-in. I got Lucky Simpson to my right in the Dark Matter game, or to my left in the Dark Matter game. I just noticed Lucky Simpson. I just jumped into a qualifier as well. So I'm just updating some of my numbers. So this is a 0.2 qualifier to one and a 0.4 qualifier to 2. Those ones haven't started yet. Well, no, I'm not really a high roller. We'll see what happens after this week. Basically, I'm going to take 5 shots at the dark matter this week, and if all 5 shots go down the drain, then we'll drop back to the nano games and try to rebuild our bankroll again. But if we bank a big ticket, we might keep playing. Or I mean, if we bank a big score, we might keep playing these. So that's the qualifier game that we're currently in as well. €1 qualifier to €1 ticket with a 20-cent buy-in. Planning to, if I win this €1 ticket, planning to put it into a €1 qualifier to €5 tickets to fire into events like the Black Hole full size. I registered in a 40-cent to €2 ticket in about an hour and a half, and that one, the plan with that one is to put the €2 ticket into a €2 to €10 to be able to fire in our dark matter. But so far in 2 games, 2 days playing the, I busted the Comet Nano already, so I was with you there, but I'm not anymore. I am with you in the Falling Star. I've got a couple of booties and a decent stack going. And I'm not playing the Dark Matter at Nano today because I am playing the big version today. One day this week I might play the big version and the little version beside each other. That might be fun. Gonna put in a raise here with my ace queen from the small blind. Excuse me for that. I've got a pair of aces on my qualifier table. We'll go over there in just a second. Oh, stupid was that? Some idiot with 6-7 calls me twice with aces, and then I check on the river when the 7 pairs, and he fucking wins. Oh, that was on the qualifier table. Fucking annoying in those qualifiers. It's like, yeah. Alrighty, we are on break. I don't have any commercials set up, but I do have some new ones in here, so you're going to watch me put a commercial into the scene.
The Zeroids are here. From the planet Zero, the Zeroids. Zirak, the Zeroid commander, frees himself from his own Zeroid capsule. Advance!
Change the oil, have the car lubricated, check the radiator, check the tires. Oh, how will I ever remember all that?
Oh, wait a minute, ma'am. You don't need to remember everything about your car. All you have to remember is one thing. Get in your car and drive it to your neighborhood Texaco dealer. He'll do the rest. Let's try it and see. There, that's the place. Nice, clean-looking station, isn't it? You see, ma'am, cleanliness and efficiency are habits with Texaco dealers. Well, go ahead, take a look around. That's where your car will be lubricated with Marfac, the lubricant that gives your car that smooth, cushiony feeling for 1,000 miles or more. Notice that up-to-date equipment. Looks as modern as tomorrow, doesn't it? No doubt about the kind of service you'll get here. And remember this, your Texaco dealer has nothing but the finest of products for your car. For instance, when it comes time to drain and refill your crankcase, you get the best motor oil your money can buy. Advanced custom-made Haviland. And that new top-octane Sky Chief gasoline not only delivers top power, but it also protects your engine from wear because it's supercharged with Petrox, Texaco's exclusive petroleum-based non-metallic additive that leaves no harmful deposits, reduces engine wear. Yes, indeed. Take a friendly tip from Harry Von Zell and get acquainted with your neighborhood Texaco dealer. You'll find that he's an expert at keeping that car of yours running the way it should all the time. You see, he knows how busy you girls are, what with getting the kids off to school and doing the shopping and the hundreds of other things you do. And he's anxious to keep that car of yours dependable, trouble-free. Get to know your Texaco dealer. You'll find he's the best friend your car has ever had.
You know, they say it's difficult for a woman to keep a secret. Well, I'll tell you a secret. Sometimes it's pretty difficult for a man to keep a secret. For instance, here is one that I have been itching to talk about for over a year. See this Plymouth Belvedere? One of the great new cars of the forward look. Take a really good look, because I'd like to have you try and tell the difference between this Plymouth and the one you're about to see.
Actually, there are two differences about this car. One, you can't buy it at any price. Two, it runs with no carburetor, no piston rings, no radiator, with only one spark plug, and on ordinary fuels you can buy anywhere. And here under the hood, you see the big difference. It's the Chrysler gas turbine engine, the first turbine engine ever to be successfully installed in a standard passenger car. Yes, here is another great first from Chrysler Corporation. More than 200 pounds lighter than a conventional engine of similar power, it has less than 1/5 as many moving parts. Developed by Chrysler Corporation to power a regular production model, you can hardly pick it out from other Plymouths, unless you happen to spot the special insignia that tells you there's a revolutionary engine under that hood. The horsepower it develops is 120. However, the driving power it delivers to the wheels equals that of a 160 horsepower conventional engine. As for fuel economy, it is comparable to any 120 horsepower car engine today. What's more, a gas turbine engine will run on anything from gasoline to heavy fuel oil. This car has no radiator. Its engine is air-cooled, therefore never needs water. Other attempts to design a practical turbine engine resulted in extremely hot, burning exhaust gases. But Chrysler Corporation engineers licked that problem. The exhaust temperature is cooler than that of the average car today. You can hold your hand over this exhaust pipe and not get burned. The Turbine Special is just one of many research projects in progress at Chrysler Corporation. And as each new advance is perfected, it will be made available to you to keep you ahead in car performance, in safety, and in styling.
Now do you see why I wanted to shout about this? And even though the turbine engine may not be available for some time to come, the important thing to you and me is that it typifies the...
Well, I was fascinated to hear more about that turbine engine, but we got to get back to the poker action here. Did Ian just go live, he said? I hate competing against Ian, but what the hell? We're going. We're not stopping now, so we got 4 tables running here now, including the Black Hole Nano, the Dark Matter, this qualifier, and the Falling Star Booty. Go over to this hand in the Dark Matter. If I had a spade, I might continue here, but I don't think it's worth continuing without a spade there. So we'll just do a quick run through of the tables we're playing. We've got the Falling Star Booty, where we've taken 2 booties and building a decent stack. Heading into pretty close to closing reg time, so we'll be moving towards the money where 44 people are getting paid today. Holy crap, 244 people in this one. Big tournament today. Nice one. We're also playing this qualifier to a €1 ticket. It hasn't been going great for us. We got our aces cracked by a dude with 6-7 who called behind twice on a 7-high board with his 6-7 on our aces, and then when the 7 paired on the river, we checked behind and he beat us, which sucks big time, but that's life. Life in the qualifiers. €1,000 guaranteed Dark Matter, €10 buy-in. We are not doing great in that, but we still have chips. We still have a chance. We've still got like 25 big blinds. Not a lot going well for us in this one. We've had a couple of hands that just did not go our way. We had to get out of the way of. Yeah, absolutely, Piano Cat. That's your main focus, and I totally get that. I totally get that. You go hang with Lanny. Gonna go back to the qualifier for a second. Gross spot for me. I got top pair, but I got no diamonds, which probably means I got to get out of the way here. Alrighty, so we ended at the dark matter. We've also just popped into the black hole nano as well. I played the full black hole yesterday. Didn't quite get into the cash on it. Decided to drop back down to the nano version today. The black hole was never part of my original scheme in this. My whole plan, well, the plan was to play 5 dark matters this week, and I didn't. That was all I was going to play for the higher rolling events. But then yesterday I was sitting there looking at the black hole, going, "Hey, it's only €5. I can play it like a singularity. Let's jump in and do it." So we did, and we didn't cash, but that's not going to deter us from trying it again. We're just not going to do it today. Today we're going to play the 50-cent version. So one of the interesting things with the black hole, the dark matter nano and the dark matter main version are massively different sizes. It's a 20-cent buy-in and a €10 guarantee in the nano version, and it's a €10 buy-in and a €1,000 guarantee in the big version. So there's a huge difference between the sizes of the nano and the main version of the dark matter. The nano and the main version of the black hole, not so much difference. 50-cent buy-in for the nano version, €5 buy-in for the big version, €100 guarantee for the nano version, €1,000 guarantee for the big version. So it's a little bit closer to the nano version, the big version of the black hole. So it's one of the interesting things to look at. So picked up a pair of 8s. Going to put in arrays with this. This is on the dark matter table. This is the one that matters, of course. Someone go over to Ian's stream and tell me if he's playing the dark matter as Avatar Lucky Simpson. I think we're calling off the 8s here against a shove from Maze, who's been fairly active against us. I think we're going to be against overcards a fair bit and under pairs sometimes. And yeah, we're just going to be beat sometimes as well, but like with jacks. But so this dark matter week has not been going great for me. Not in the sense that it's been that I think I've been outplayed. The poker has just not gone for me. I mean, we're getting dealt hands like 8s, and we're getting raised by active players who just have us crushed. So I don't know. It's frustrating. It is definitely frustrating because I don't think we're playing bad poker. I don't think I don't think it's. I just think we're just getting pretty absurdly unlucky in these big dark matters. And it's frustrating. One of the things with taking shots is it's doubly frustrating when other people are just running better than you, and it's not about how you're playing your hands so much as it is just about them being luckier than you in that particular hand. And that's doubly frustrating when you're in for way more money than you're normally in for. It's easier to take the bad beats at the low levels than it is at the high levels, I think. It's easier to recover from them. Alrighty, so I guess we're just all in with our Jack Queen here under the gun because we don't have anything else and we don't have any chips at this point. So Hello, Pinky. Welcome to the stream. The dark matter is going not so good for us yesterday and today. Our big shots of the dark matter. But we're going to be putting our money in with our A7 here, and with any luck, we can get a couple of light call-offs, get a triple up, and get back in the game. And I mean, I'm always getting called here as well because my shove is for less than the total pot right now. So the odds they're getting to call me off are just massive. Good luck us. Ah. That's been our story in the dark matter. Folks, we've been getting our money in. We've either been coolered in hands like eights versus jacks, or we've been getting our money in against worse hands, and they've been getting there on us. So it's frustrating that we're 20 euros down in this tournament, but that's the way poker goes. Got to deal with it, I suppose. So we're done in the dark matter once again. So done in the dark matter. So currently we are playing the Black Hole Nano. Really, you think that 8-8 should be a fold when he shoves on me there from the small blind? Yeah, you could be right. I mean, I could be calling too wide there. I just think he's shoving a lot of ace-x hands in that spot with that chip stack. And maybe specifically against me in the dynamic at the table as well, but I'm not sure he's 100% aware of that for sure, but yeah. But no, you could be right. I mean, eights could have been a loose call there. What did you think, Addy, about my 8-8 call when I ended up against Jack-Jack? can't go back and replay that hand now because I already closed out the tournament. But basically, it was I raised middle position with eights. The big blind or small blind, one of the two, reshoved on me for smaller than my stack, but not that much smaller than my stack. And I called off. Put in a raise here with my nines in the black hole. Put in the C-bet here with my nines. A little four-handed, it's a good chance somebody else has an ace. And I think we just check back here because an ace might call if we bet. Yeah, I suppose. I was actually thinking that the fact that I was in a bigger tournament made the chances that he would be doing that with an ace X, like an ace king, ace jack, ace queen, higher than in a nano. In a nano, I would expect those hands to call behind, whereas here I would expect those hands to be raising to try to get the betting lead because they're out of position, so they're trying to get the betting lead post flop. I would think with a hand like that, but I don't know. I could totally be thinking incorrectly there. It is pretty turbo, which is another reason why I think he could be a little wider than necessarily having to be on a bigger pair than me. I mean, I also think he's playing smaller pairs than my eights the same way. I mean, if I'm sitting there with a pair of sixes, that's probably how I play it in the blinds with like 15 big blinds there. I'm probably reshoving a smaller pair as well because I don't really want to play it post flop, right? So yeah, I don't know. It's weird. But I'm not actually demoralized by it. I mean, it's annoying, and I feel like I've not done as well as my play has indicated necessarily, or I haven't played badly enough to justify the results that I've gotten in that tournament, I don't think. No, absolutely evisceration, and it's one of the reasons why I'm discussing this. Is it's got nothing to do with that specific run out of cards. I'm wondering overall how often he's going to have hands like Ace X there, how often he's going to have smaller pairs than me there. I just think, I mean, I think obviously he's going to have bigger pairs than me there some of the time when I call. That's the way poker works. But I think he's going to have hands that I'm ahead of, or at the worst racing with, a reasonable chunk of the time there, and enough of the time there that folding eights is probably losing me value in the long run. That's sort of the way I'm thinking about it. Is that in the black hole, Addy? Let me have a quick look, see if I can find the hand you're talking about there. So I'm not sure I remember it. 9-9. Alrighty, so let's have a look at this hand that Addy was talking about. Oh, shoot. Sorry about that, just doing a little bit of work in the background. And I'm going to replay this nines hand here. Alrighty, so this is the black hole nano, and we get nines on the button. Comes around to 40. Huh. Okay, well here's the thing, and maybe it's wrong to do a standard to be the standard, but I basically at this point I'm putting my raises at my preflop raises at 3x if I'm the opener. If there's limpers in front of me, then it's 3x plus 1 blind for each limper. And if there's a raiser in front of me and I'm raising, then I'm going to 3x the raise typically. So when I go to 160 here, that is 3 times the big blind plus a limp of 40 to give me 160. So that's why I chose that action. So you're saying I should be going to something like 350, which is almost 10 big blinds. It's like 8 big blinds. Is that, you're really thinking I should be opening to 8 big blinds in this spot, Addy? I'm just curious. That seems like a really big open to me. Whereas the 160 seems more in line with. I mean, I'm not necessarily sure that you should always be doing what everybody else is doing, but that seems more like what the standard open raise is, isn't it? 8 big blinds seems like a really chunky raise. Thank you for the follow, Crowspell. Welcome. Good to see you here. Good to see you here. I'm just going over a hand that we played here. Turns out we won it at the end of the day, but It was only because we sort of got lucky in it. Put in the half pot bet on the flop, which was not great for us, but could have been good for our range. We got called by there, so check, or he leads out on the turn, which was kind of odd. And I'm not putting him on hearts when he leads out like this, because a donk bet like that, it makes sense that it's something like a king, which is what it turns out to be. So we make the call behind, even though we're probably behind when he hits his king. We've got the heart draw, which comes in on the river. It's not the greatest card because it pairs the board as well, and things like ace king, ace queen could easily be out there. So I was a bit nervous about this and just decided to check behind because I didn't think I was getting any value out of it, and we did end up winning it. But I'm a little surprised to hear you say I should have bet so big on the flop there, Addy. A little surprised by that. So confirm that for me. You're thinking I should have bet like 8 big blinds on the flop there. I'm going to pop up to the qualifier table here for a moment. One chip. That's gross. We got a pair of sixes here on the falling star. I was considering putting in a raise, a 3-bet there. So that's like 9 big blinds. We've got a call behind. I think I probably get out of the way with all this other action. My sixes are probably not in really good shape in this spot, I would think. I mean, it's a bounty and we're pretty deep, so it's possible that I'm in not terrible shape, but I just can't see it. We got action on the black hole happening as well. We would have lost the hand on the falling star. I put in the 3-bet with my kings here. It's a pretty gross ace on the flop, but I think we're going to c-bet regardless. Does not have to have an ace here. We check behind now. Oh, and I guess I'm just losing this to an ace a lot. Yeah, so fucking gross. So fucking gross. Just fucking gets there. Yeah, I mean, I don't want those callers, but I don't really expect 3 callers to be making a 4x, a call for 4x there, right? The odds for them calling are not great when I'm making it 4x. And granted, it's worse when I make it bigger, but it's also worse for me when I make it bigger and I run into bigger hands because I end up with more chips in the pot when that I'm losing. So I think there is a certain amount of pot control that I need to think about there as well, so that the pot doesn't get super bloated. Oh, we're in the bubble of the falling star. I hadn't even realized we were that close to the. It's a soft bubble, 3 to go to the money yet, but I hadn't even realized we were that close. 44 people getting paid. We're 26th. Check back now. I mean, I bet my draw on the turn, or on the flop, but I don't think we're going. Well, 600 chips. It's an overbet of the pot. I don't think we're going anywhere necessarily. And we get there. So it's a check call situation, I think, all the time, or check raise. Put in the raise with our 5-6 suited here. Yeah, we be on the soft bubble in the falling star. Let's head over there and have a look at what's going on. Interestingly, I got exactly the same hand that I folded in both tables on the qualifier and the falling star. Jack, queen, jack of spades, queen of diamonds. We got a pair of queens on the button in the falling star. We got a raise and a call in front of us. We've got 50 big blinds. So we are going to put in a chunky raise, but not go all in. We're going to go to like 2,800 here. See you on the F table. See you on the final table, Pinky and Evisceration. We be heading there. I'm currently 25th. Funny, I was just willing to put my bubble on the line with Queen against Jimmy up there because I played against him a few times, and if he was shoving over me, I was willing to call off with my queens there. We're still 3 from the money in the black hole, or sorry, the falling star bounty. Still ages to go to the money, and black hole. It might be tomorrow before the black hole is in the money. In fact, it will be tomorrow for some of the people playing it. It won't be for me, but it will be for some of the people playing it because of time zones. Well, hell, if you're in Australia, it already is tomorrow and you're playing this. So, of course, it's today for you if you're in Australia. And I'm playing it from yesterday, but that just gets like fucking confusing. So let's not go there. Let's not go there. Right, I see. I don't actually typically think about pot bets in no limit games pre-flop. Maybe I should start thinking about that more. I mean, in a pot limit game, you use the pot bet quite a bit as your open raise. But oddly, I never really think about using it as my open raise in a no limit game. Frylot, thank you for the follow, my friend. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to our stream. Welcome to our stream. Unfortunately, we have once again busted our big buy-in tournament, the Dark Matter, today. Just not been getting in good spots, and when we've been getting in the spots, we've been out. We've either been in coolers where we're pair against bigger pair, or we've gotten our money in good, and they've just gotten there with worse hands against us. So it's been frustrating. The ladies, yes, then the ladies did it for us. Alrighty, we are all in on the qualifier table with ace queen. Then we called off against fives, and we're done in the qualifier. God, the qualifiers have just been gross for us the last little while. We are just not able to get anywhere, and we get in, we lose races, we can't win races, we can't win pair over pair, we can't win any of the hands that we're playing in the qualifiers anymore. It's bizarre. Oh well, that's life. Well, that's life. Doing good, DeFrylot. Doing good. Good to see you here. I wish I was still playing the Dark Matter, but such is the poker life. We got 3 more bullets we're going to fire into the Dark Matter this week. So tomorrow and Thursday, absolutely. And then I may not be going Friday. But I should be back on Saturday or Sunday to play the Dark Matter. So I've got another qualifier. This one's going to be for a €2 ticket starting up in a few minutes. Let me see here. When does that one start now? When does that one start? That one doesn't start for another 45 minutes yet, so we still got Nice one, Pinky. Oh, sweet. We are the ITM of the Falling Star. Kind of backed into that. I wasn't paying attention, and we didn't realize we were already ITM. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Well, that makes our money back in the Falling Star. If we win this, we'd actually make our money back for the day by quite a bit as well, so that would be nice. We've never won the Falling Star, but we have come second in this one, so. Yeah, no, absolutely, and it's just it's one of those things. And I mean, the problem is when you're firing big bullets that are bigger than you really should be firing with your bankroll. Those spots just hurt more because they're a bigger chunk of your bankroll when they don't go your way. Whereas when you're firing at the rates you should at the levels you should be firing at, you can just sort of walk away from poker and go, that's poker, and you walk away from the table and put your hands up and go have a drink and come back and keep playing the same game because it's not impacting your bankroll in a significant way because you're playing within your bankroll. Unfortunately, this week I'm not playing within my bankroll really. I'm playing super high rollers, so it's painful when you don't get there. But I still think we got a really good chance of cashing in at least one of these events this week. That's why I'm playing them. Right, so we're just all in with our ace queen here, I think, over top of the raise. Yeah, I could have sworn you followed me as well last time, the Fry Lot. I'm sure this is the second time I've said thank you for the follow. Nice. Bankage! Woo! We take a nice double there in the Falling Star. Get ourselves some chippies. We're guaranteed 74 cents now. Yep. She be the big ones. Certainly on my bankroll. I mean, that's like 1/15 of my bankroll, which is yeah, all myself, Evisceration, and I'm pretty sure Pinky as well are all ITM in the Falling Star now. Putting in the raise with our ace king. Sweet. Bankage. Booties. 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 Means we've paid our buy-in back in booties already. Everything else we win here is just gravy, folks. No, there's no HUDs on there's no HUDs at all on Unibet, the Fry Lot. That's part of their core mission is to cater to the recreational poker player. who's not going to have a HUD anyways, so they don't want the grinders to have an advantage, HUD advantage over the low stakes or the recreational players. And I actually, it's one of the things I like about I use, don't get me wrong, I actually have a HUD. I use Hold'em Manager, and I use it on all the other sites, and I'm very much a believer in HUDs. But I like the philosophy, and I like the and I'm very happy with a level playing field where nobody runs HUDs. I actually quite like that. That said, it's worth noting that HUDs are somewhat irrelevant on Unibet anyways, even if you had one, because I can change my username every single game that I register into. Well, so that's technically not true. I think you have 5 changes per day, and you can have up to 5 usernames active at any given time. So at the end of the day, it's going to be really hard for any HUD to track the action anyways. Yes, it's core principle, but also the way the site is designed, can't really use a HUD anyways. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, buddy. I think we got a good chance. Oh, that's too bad of us, Rayshon. Sorry to hear that, buddy. So to Frylot, the reason that I've chosen the specific game that I've chosen, is the Dark Matter event. The Dark Matter has a Nano version, the Dark Matter Nano, that I've played a bunch of times. I have a 24% ITM rate in that tournament, and I've won it twice. And I've got like a 75% ROI from the Nano version of the tournament. I knew my bankroll was at a point where the Nanos weren't really paying me, weren't really increasing my bankroll fast enough anymore when I won them. So I knew I needed to jump up and do something bigger. And I figured that looking at the Dark Matter, which is a singularity event, so I'm only ever going to fire one bullet at it. Like it's a freeze out event, so it's one and done, one bullet and done. I've got a good record in the Nano version, both in terms of how often I cash and how deep I go. And overall, deep stacked singularity events have been my bread and butter here on Unibet so far in the Nano size. So put all those things together, and it made sense to try the Dark Matter €10 buy-in as my first set of sort of stepping out into the big leagues. And the way I'm doing it, I'm gonna fire like €50 into the Dark Matter over this week. And if I bust all 5 of them, then I'll drop back. I'll still have between 75 and €100 in my bankroll to drop back, which is a perfectly reasonable Nano stack to be playing Nano events. And I'm perfectly comfortable with my record in the Nano events, and I have no concerns that I'd be able to run that back up again over time if I have to drop back to the Nanos. But if we bank one of those, or if we happen to cash in a couple, or go deep in one or something, we might just we might just bank ourselves a massive bankroll this week. The top prize in the Dark Matter is like €400 or €500, so we're instantly in a way better spot if we can bank one of those. And I think we got a reasonable chance at it. I don't think I haven't felt like I've been outclassed. I just felt like the run hasn't gone my way in those games. So. Just doing what I can to get sorted for the next break. I am doing the commercials on the fly today, though, so it's going to be a little bit of setup still needed when we click over to the break, but got a hand developing on the black hole that we'll just go over and have a look at now. Queen, queen. It's the black hole nano, of course. We played the full-on black hole yesterday, and I'm going to play a couple more of the black holes. That one's a €5 buy-in. It is technically a rebuy, but it's deep enough that I can play it like a freeze-out, and I usually do. When I've gone deep in the nano version, it's usually on one bullet, so... So I think we're going to pot this with our queens from the small blind. We're out of position, so we definitely want to have the betting lead. And just taking Addy's advice to look at pot size pre-flop bets. There's no reason to expect anybody has a random 6 here, so I think we're just going to continue our betting. We're going to keep betting. And we hit our full house on the river, so we're just going to keep value betting. Oh, oh, full house against flush. Dirty, 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 but we like it. Let's go where we got a pair of 8s, and we are going to put in the pot size pre-flop raise. Thank you, Addy. Yeah, and I think I will. I am actually going to play. I'm playing €1 and €2 singularities, and I'm going to play some of the €5 falling stars for sure. The dark matter, it was a specifically chosen tournament because of my results in the dark matter nano. That's the main reason that I chose to go with that. I'm going to click off to the break now, and we will see you in a few short minutes.
Those Texaco Fire Chief pups are always on the go. And you'll get the same kind of lively action from your car when you start using Texaco Fire Chief gasoline. This is the only regular-priced gasoline that is climate-controlled in all of the 48 states. So wherever you fill her up, you'll be sure that you're getting a gasoline that is especially blended for the climate and altitude prevailing there. Remember, for the best regular-priced gasoline, use Fire Chief. You can get it in all of the 48 states at this sign of your Texaco dealer. The best friend your car has ever had.
I thought my old Hot Point dishwasher was wonderful, but this new one is the greatest ever. It uses a new system of spotless cleansing. 2 detergent washes plus a few drops of this special wetting agent squirted automatically into the second rinse water. And do you know what this does? It makes it impossible for water to collect in drops on your dishes. You get spotless drying, even on glasses and silver. Everything is sparkling clean when it's washed in a Hot Point.
Turn to the classified pages of your phone book. That's where you'll find your nearest Hot Point dealer. For ranges, refrigerators, automatic washers and dryers, and dishwashers.
Bit by bit, every litter bit hurts. Don't be a litter bug. Help keep America beautiful.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Oh, by the way, did you notice our new prices on Brownie movie cameras? They're reduced almost $10.
Yes, I did see them, but we're not quite sure whether we take enough movies to make it worthwhile.
Let me show you something. Here's a reel of Kodak home movies. Now, suppose these were your movies, and on this reel you had movies of, oh, let's say this young lady learning to walk, and her sister all dressed up and looking pretty. All your vacations. Suppose you had all that and more in action and in color. That'd be worth a fortune, wouldn't it?
Oh, yes.
Well, it doesn't cost a fortune at all, especially now. You know, this camera was a bargain at $39.75, and now it's only $29.95, or $3 down. You really couldn't make a better investment for your family. Here, try it. See how easy it is. Why don't you visit your Kodak dealer this week? It's a great time to make your family movie stars.
Light up a lucky, it's light up time.
Be happy, go lucky, it's light up time.
For the taste that you like, light up a lucky strike. Relax, it's light up time.
There's a time and a place for everything. And the right time for a Lucky is any time you want to enjoy a great cigarette. And the right place for a Lucky is wherever you happen to be at the time. You'll always enjoy Luckies because Luckies taste better. Lucky Strike is made of fine, naturally good-tasting tobacco. And it's toasted to taste better, cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Yes, sir. Lucky's taste better. Anytime, anywhere. So right now, light up a Lucky. It's light up time. Enjoy the best tasting cigarette you ever smoked.
Come on in, 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 everybody needs a little sunshine. Sit right down, everybody needs a song to sing. Enjoy the real thing, like Coca-Cola, it's a real thing.
Enjoy the lift you get from the great taste of Coke. Come on in.
Alrighty, we are back again, just as the action gets underway on our tables. Interesting thing with that Lucky Strike ad that I ran over the break there. I just started rewatching Mad Men again from the start of season 1 last night, and episode 2 of season 1 is the episode where Don Draper in the fictional Mad Men world comes up with the "It's toasted, line for Lucky Strikes, which we just saw in this commercial as a real life thing. One of the things I love about Mad Men is how it's so loosely fictionalized. A lot of that story is a true fucking story. The names are changed to protect the guilty, mostly protecting the guilty in that case. But if you do enough research, it's actually not that hard to figure out, find out who it's actually about, and what the actual story really was. And yeah, interesting enough, in episode 2 of season 1, they talk about the commercial we just watched. Wow, so we're in the comet, or we're in the black hole nano, and we've just got dudes going crazy against us. Guess we just fold our ace jack to the ridiculous overshove, but we'll keep an eye on Mega Jonko over there for sure. No problem, DeFrylat. Thanks for coming and hanging out with me. I enjoy streaming, and I enjoy the company. I stream for my own reasons, and I stream because talking about the poker hands improves my play, I think, while I'm playing it, and it feels more natural to me to talk about the hands when I'm streaming, whether there's people watching me or not. But I have to say that the community that's building around here, the people that we've got in here, has been really a lot of fun to be a part of, and it's the reason I want to keep coming back to the stream and keep doing streaming every day. And it's the reason that I'm, feeling excited about turning on the camera every day, because you guys are out there waiting to come watch me, and I quite enjoy interacting with you guys and chatting with you guys, and I like talking about the poker hands, and I like the fact that we spend a ton of time here talking about stuff that has nothing to do with poker as well. I think that's pretty cool as well. It's all about just hanging out. It's all about playing some poker together and hanging out, and having some fun. So I'm glad to have you guys here. Pair of aces in the black hole. So, and we got Mega Jonko being Mega Jonko. So we are going to do the pot size preflop raise. And we get shoved on by Lisumas. Looks like we could be pulling in some mega chips on here. We're going to shove over top. We're going to get all of these stacks in just because, that's what you do. Oh, wow. We're just crushing the black hole nano today. See, why can't this happen when I'm playing the dark matter, folks? When I'm playing like a 10 euro tournament, why do I get those sorts of hands when I'm playing the nano tournament? I suppose it's, but yeah, it's just, it's frustrating. I obviously don't mind getting those sorts of hands when I'm playing the nano tournaments, but I'd kind of like to get them when I'm playing the 10 euro buy-in event as well. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately my residuals checks for these ads have been stuck in the mail for like 60 years, guys. Now, unfortunately, we do not get any sponsorship from any of the products we advertise on this stream, and that's probably a good thing, because the truth is, I'm just as likely to make fun of the ad that I run on this stream as I am to point out why I think it's interesting, or why I think it's useful, or why I think it was innovative. I'm just as likely to point out it and laugh, and as an example of how utterly absurd society used to be, or how utterly sexist society used to be, or how utterly racist society used to be, or yada, 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 yada. So if people were paying me to run these ads, I unfortunately couldn't be nearly as critical about them, probably. So I'm okay with the fact that I'm advertising 60-year-old products in 60-year-old ways, without getting paid for them. And I'm pretty sure even people like Coca-Cola would probably look at the Coke ads that I'm running from like 40, 50 years ago, go, yeah, we obviously can't stop you from running them, but it's not like you're promoting our product in the way that we want because we don't really like the way that advertising was done then. Or you better not like it, frankly, in many cases, but. Yeah, exactly, Farlot. I mean, even if he's jamming any two, I'm putting my life on the line. And as you'll see coming up, he gives me a beautiful chance to just take a stack away a couple of minutes later. So. Nice, Evisceration. Rub it in. Rub it in. I busted from the big dark matter. Rub it in that you're cashing in the dark matter nano. Well, that's the great thing about poker is that it's one of those games where there are no right answers. And, when you talk things through, you come to a consensus of what seems like the best way to do things in that moment at that time. But the only right answer in poker is always, well, it depends. Because, there's no situations where anything is 100% certain in poker. That's kind of the point of the game. And what it means is that there's endless opportunities for people to discuss tiny little edges or negative edges that might be occurring in any given spot. And it makes it very fascinating. Yeah, agreed. Hope everybody crushes today as well. It's always nice when you have to fold to a guy being. It's always nice when you have to fold to a guy being an idiot, and then you get a chance to take his entire stack a couple of hands later. Yeah, I mean that's like poetic justice on that hand, right? I'm going to put in the bluff here, although our king high could actually be good. Doesn't seem likely. Could be aces checking here, but I don't actually think aces check this far down. Wow, he just gets there with the 9. Oh well. Got all sorts of Twitter stuff happening. I need to go check my Twitter out here. Hang on a sec. What's been going on? I got all sorts of... Crazy Papa, hey. Crazy Papa is the guy. I haven't seen him on any of my tables yet today. But good to know he's alive and kicking. I'd hate to think there was a day that went by on Unibet without somebody being graced with Crazy Papa's presence on their table. I'd really like to meet whoever's the person behind the Crazy Papa avatar because it's a great name for one, I think. And I actually don't think they're a terrible player. I mean, I think they're crazy. There's no question, but they're one of those crazy like a fox kind of players. They're not just out there throwing chips around with 8-3 for no apparent reason, right? They're throwing chips around for sure, but they're doing it in a very cagey way. They're not the easiest person to play against. frankly. Nice, nice, Pinky. So we got a qualifier starting up in 14 minutes as well. And I think... Oh, Dwarf Star Bounty. Let's grab the Dwarf Star Nano Bounty since we haven't played that one in a while. There we go. So we're in the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. And we will be starting a qualifier shortly as well. So we busted that one. We busted that one. We're still playing the Nano Black Hole. We're still playing the Falling Star. Haven't started that one. And we're just about to kick off into the 0.25 Nano Dwarf Star Bounty. So we got the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. Alrighty, and this will be eventually this guy. Fold that one. Alrighty, so we now have the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano up on screen as well, and we'll have a qualifier to a €2 ticket starting up here shortly as well. Pair of 10s here in the Falling Star. Going to put in a raise with that. I'm going to fold the King Jack there. I could play it, but feels like a min raise from a stack this small is probably pretty big. Yeah, he does weird things sometimes. No, I haven't seen. I haven't seen Crazy Papa on any of my tables today yet. But he's a player that we see quite frequently in the Nano events, and he's. Well, the joke I like to make is I cannot verify. I don't know who this guy is, so I cannot verify for you that he is a Papa. I can verify for you that he is totally fucking crazy. um, but he's a pretty good player. He just throws chips around in a really he puts a lot of chips in the pot when he's got good hands, and he's also, as a result, he's able to put in bluffs fairly frequently because he's putting in such big bets, and he's also tends to play pretty wide as far as his. So he's sort of like a loose aggressive. In some ways, a nano version of somebody like Michael Mizrachi, I suppose. Nice night, Chopper. Good job. Good job. Yeah, it always depends, man. It always depends in poker. So it's an interesting hand happening here in the Dwarf Star. I was able to get in for a cheap flop. I checked the flop and then raised over the bet from Coach. I think we're going to continue the same line. I'm not thrilled with the heart, obviously, but yes, well, I've moved up in my bankroll now, so I had to find a new game, and we got invited to this nice private little ski chalet here. And I mean, admittedly, they don't actually have a poker table, so we're just kind of playing on the dining room table, and the chips kind of slide all around on the wood, so it kind of sucks from that perspective. But there's some not bad money in this game, so you know we're doing okay. But we might move around again. I like to mix up my tables. I think it's one of the fun parts of Unibet is that you get different environments you can play in. And I have decided I'm going to be running. I've decided I'm going to be running tables that are somewhat similar to my bankroll. So as I increase in bankrolls, I'm going to find quote unquote nicer places to play. So we'll see how that goes, but that's sort of the way it goes. Right, so I put in the raise. We got shoved on. I think we're calling off here 1,000% of the time. Nice. We get there. We get there. The Black Hole Nano is going well for us today. That's the second stack we've taken off of Les Sumas. So maybe they'll give us a third. Maybe they'll give us a third stack of 10,000 chips if we play our cards right. There is a moon tourney on. Yes, there is a deep moon, I believe it's called, on this. Basically, if it's astronomy themed, it'll be on this site somewhere. There's a singularity, there's dark matter, there's black hole, there's Odyssey, there's what else do we have? Supernova, we have a comet, we have Titan, we just have basically it's all astronomy all the time. It's one of the things I kind of love about the site is that it's completely irrelevant to the poker that it's all astronomy themed, but it's really fucking cool for a science geek like me that it's astronomy themed. It's completely irrelevant to the poker though, but I love it. So which is why my stream is Mothership Poker, and I've sort of got a science fiction theme. I'm sort of waiting on some graphics to come up that will eventually get here, I hope. And we'll go from there. Yeah, Papa is a daddy. The for a lot of father. It's wouldn't say it's super common in Canada, but it's not entirely uncommon for you to call your father Papa. One of the weird things about Canada is that we have so many different cultures mixing in Canada, and the way it happens here isn't the same way as in the U.S., where everybody sort of mixes into the same cultural pot and tries to become American. Everybody tries to become Canadian. Don't get me wrong; there is a Canadian identity, but the analogy we like to use in Canada is the patchwork quilt rather than the melting pot. The melting pot is the U.S., where everything gets thrown into one pot, melts together into one big soup of Americanness. In Canada, we're a patchwork quilt where we take all of these pieces of individual and unique material that come from various people coming from various cultures and various backgrounds, and we don't try to change those little scraps of material. We weave those scraps of material together into a quilt that becomes useful in its own right, and that quilt is the Canadian identity. And that quilt is made up of a whole bunch of tiny little individual patches that are all very different in the way they interact. I actually have no idea where I was going with that story at this point, but let me go back up. I'm sure that came in from the Papa and Daddy in Canada. What happens is that we get all these weird word influences from all sorts of different cultures all over the world that just kind of infuse into Canada, because there's pockets of Ukrainians, there's pockets of Germans, there's pockets of Polish people, there's pockets of Pakistani people, there's pockets of Syrian people, there's pockets of Iranian people, there's pockets of every possible kind of person you could think of in the world. Canada has pockets of them living here as both Canadians, but as unique parts of the culture that they came from as well. So things like Papa, I think, actually come from a Eastern European sort of background. I hear a lot of Polish my Polish relatives using Papa instead of father or dad. So that may be where it comes from, but yeah, it is actually a fairly common thing in Canada for Papa to be dad. And that was there's a nice example of where we don't talk about poker on this stream. That was a nice long 4-minute rant on Canadian identity, Canadian culture, and the linguistic forms that we have in various parts of Canada, and why we have such weird linguistic forms in some cases. Alrighty, the qualifier for €2 tickets has just started up. We've been having a really gross time in the qualifiers lately. So hopefully this one is going to turn out better for us. Whoops, let's turn on the table. There we go. That's our qualifier table. Oh my gosh, it feels like forever since I was in the Comet Nano. No, I'm in the West. I'm on the prairies. I'm in a medium-sized to small-sized city in eastern Alberta called Medicine Hat. Yes, the name of our city is 2 words. It is Medicine Hat. There is a story behind that, which I will tell on stream at some time, but it's basically based on a native Canadian event and word from Aboriginal languages. Cree, I believe it is. Could be blood. I'd have to double check. I'd have to look back at my research and double check. I don't know, right now, being a Canadian living next to the U.S., and I don't go into politics very much on the stream. I'm not gonna diverge too much here, but I just have to say, as a Canadian watching the United States right now from afar, from next door, it's kind of like sitting on your deck in your nicely appointed house and watching your neighbors truck in all of the material needed to set up a meth lab in their house. I mean, technically speaking, it's not your house and it's not your business what they do inside their house. But you're not really fucking happy with what's going on over there, right? You know, and that's kind of the way we Canadians are feeling about the U.S. right now. Yeah, okay, it's not our house, so we don't really have a say in what you guys are gonna be doing over there. But Jesus Christ, could you quit lighting the garbage cans on fire? And could you quit blowing your fucking kitchen up while you're trying to cook your meth and all this shit? Because, you know, really, we're trying to live in a nice neighborhood over here, guys. I'll move on from that now. But that's the way it's felt the last few years living north of the U.S., I gotta say. I'm not sure I know. No means no. Night Chopper, I'm gonna have to do some Googling after this stream and do some listening if you're and I'll give you 100% props if you are turning me on to a Canadian band, my friend. That would be pretty awesome. I have to admit, I'm actually not very up on modern Canadian music. I'm reasonably good on Canadian music up until the 2000s, early 2000s, and then my knowledge sort of drops off a little bit. So if there are newer Canadian bands, I could probably understand why I don't know them. Dutch, okay, that makes sense as well. And actually, yeah, now that I think about it, I had a Dutch girlfriend when I was younger, and it was always Papa. It was always Papa there as well. So, yep, that makes good sense. Nice, Pinky. Geez, this final table pays pretty good in that jackpot too, doesn't it? You must be pretty getting a pretty decent payback on that. I played that one a couple of times. I haven't gone super deep in it. I've cashed it a few times. Yeah, qualifier. I'm looking for a €2 ticket, which I will then try to run into a €10 ticket that I can use for one of my dark matter buy-ins this week. This is the plan for this qualifier. Okay, well, I guess since the questions come up in chat, I will tell the story, and I'm not going to go to the Google to make sure that I'm getting all of the exact details right, so I might be slightly off on some of my names and so on in this story. But basically, yeah, we don't have to go back that far. Here in Canada, you go back 150, 200 years, and the part of the country that I live in literally had never been seen by European settlers. Might have been seen by the odd explorer who'd come out this far 200 years ago, but at the end of the day, this part of the world was owned and operated by native or Aboriginal tribes. And while a lot of people think that it was a sort of a vast open wasteland with tiny little bands of migrating Aboriginals on it, the truth is quite different. The land was in use pretty much 100% of the land was in use. It was in use with a migratory lifestyle, so it was slightly different than the way we use it now, but it was all in use. The river valley where my city, Medicine Hat, is located was a common summer camping ground for a couple of different tribes that basically kind of meet in this part of the country, where there's it's the western boundary of some of the eastern tribes, and it's the eastern boundary of some of the western tribes, and it's so there's a lot of meeting that comes in and happens. We're out of the Dwarf Star Bounty after calling off Ace King with against an 8-8 shove and not getting there, so we're done there. So this river valley was actually a summer ground for a number of, and it was used both peacefully and in warlike ways for many, many, many centuries prior to us coming in here. And one of the big stories about this particular river valley, was that there was a giant battle between two competing bands. I believe it's the Blood and the Cree, but that's one of the details where I may not have my all my details exactly correct. And basically the local band that considered this their territory was invaded and had a large battle here in the river valley, and they eventually chased the invaders away, and as the invaders were retreating, the medicine man, who was always leading the battles for these cultures, they're like a religious and a warrior type figure in Native American lore. His headdress fell off as he was running away. Hugely symbolic things. These headdresses, they're full of magic and so on, according to legend and so on. So very important. And so the local tribe recovered this and basically held it as a war trophy for many, many, many years, and named the area Samas, which is what the headdress, medicine man's headdress was called. Fast forward a whole bunch of years, and European settlers come out and settle this part of the country, and they hear the name Samas, get an explanation of what the name comes from, and they translate that name into the English medicine hat. Medicine man's headdress, medicine man's hat, medicine hat is where it comes from. But the actual word in the native language is Samas. Saamis is the way we spell it using Latin characters. But of course, being that it's not a Latin language, that's pretty much a guess at spelling. They were verbal languages; they weren't actually written languages, so we don't actually have spelling for many of these, and we essentially spell them phonetically, which is problematic in a language that does not have the same phonemes as the Latin languages tend to have. So. I was never much of a hardcore punk fan either, so I may not. That may be another reason why I don't know them. A night shopper. So we're still relatively deep in the Falling Star Bounty, 12 of 12 at the moment, though. So we're at the end of our day, and we're going to be putting in a raise, obviously, with our queens here. I think it's just a shove. I think it's just a shovey-shove spot with only like 15 big blinds here. Nice to get called off. Nice to flop a set. Nice to river the full house. So we get a double up. We're still Still playing in the Falling Star. Still got a chance at some. Chippies. I think we're still last. Oh no, we're not still last. We're 8 of 12 now, which is cool. Get rid of the king, queen, 10. Oh, did Crazy Papa show up on my table? Oh yeah, there we go in the qualifier. Gotcha. I see him. I see him. There he is. There's our good friend Crazy Papa. In the nanos, he's just well known for being like crazy and putting a huge amount of chips into pots. And then showing up with really weird hands that have hit the board, that have connected in the board, if you call them down in those spots a lot of times. We just put in the raise on the qualifier table into Crazy Papa's big blind. Put in the C-bet here. He will often fold to a C-bet if he's not hit the board at all. When he plays back, we know he almost always has a piece of the board. So we tend to slow down a lot. But what that actually means is that when he figures that out, and I think he has figured that out against our Tangeli character, he can bluff us as well with his sort of massive betting. Put in a raise under the gun with ace 10 on the falling star table. We saw one call, and we got straight draws, so I think we're putting our money in. Backdoor flushes. This Sadi is not a hyperturbo. Some of them are hyperturbos. This one is relatively slow pace, though. This one, I believe, is... Let me just have a quick look here. I think these are 4-minute levels, and you start with 3,000 chips. But the blind levels on Unibet go up a lot slower than they do in other tournaments. So there's 4 tickets being given away here in this one. And blinds. I'm actually not sure now what the blinds are. 4 minutes. Yeah, blinds are 4-minute levels. But the blinds increase slowly. It's like 1530, 2040, 2550, 3060, 4080, 5100, 6120. So it's not like a doubling of the blinds the way it often is. It's a really slow increase. So it sounds turbo-y, but it sounds a lot more turbo-y than it actually is, I think. Go, 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 Pinky. I'm going to see a flop with my 9-8 here. We do have back doors with a 6 and a 7, but I don't think it's enough to keep going. Yeah, the backdoor hearts as well, but not a great backdoor heart. Nice one, evisceration. Well done, dude. Well done. You got out of the way with 4s here. It's kind of nitty, but putting in the raise on the black hole table. Go for it, evisceration. Good job. You got a long ways to go in the Comet if you're planning to final table that one, though. You know that. Still got hours to go before you sleep in that one, buddy. Yeah, no doubt. At the final table, you must be making some pretty significant cash back for a free roll at this point. We're starting to get ICM considerations in the falling star as well. Just put in a raise with King 10 from the cutoff. We got 3-bet by the big blind. I think we can raise fold this, which is it encourages them to do that again when we have big hands when we raise. Yeah, I'm not going to keep playing with the King 3, I don't think. Yeah, I would just give this one up. Well, I got 22 big blinds. I don't really want to go too crazy with. Oops. Registration ends in a minute 45 in the qualifier, so we'll have our final numbers set then. People could still get in if they wanted to, but you actually still got a fair number of big blinds as well. You still got like 35 big blinds when you buy in. You just have to lose 4 players to get the ticket payout, so one of the things with the qualifier, of course, is I'm not actually going to be playing a ton of hands, so because it's a qualifier, so I don't actually need to have all the chips. If I have 1 chip and the 5th person goes out, I still win my ticket. So these are the kind of things where you fold a lot of folding a lot of hands. I mean, I am going to be putting things on the line in certain spots, but this is satellite mode, not MTT mode in this one. Yeah, actually, very few of the satellites, very few of the qualifiers on Unibet are like super turbo-y. There are a few specifically that they call hypers, and you get 300 chips, and the blinds go up really fast, and you're basically, it's a shove fold kind of situation. But most of them are relatively deep stack events, frankly, which is interesting. You're right. It's one of the things I like about them more. They're less This is a nice fortuitous turn of events for us in the qualifier, and I think we're going to check and hope somebody bets into us. Otherwise, we'll fire the turn if it checks around. With Crazy Papa in the hand, you can always see somebody. You can always see him betting with a bear 9 or a bear 7 at this point, and big too. So it does end up checking around to us, which means we're going to put in our bet now. Hoping somebody's hit the queen, hoping somebody was on a 7 and didn't want to bet it before. And we're just going all in here. Are you fucking kidding me? You guys saw that bullshit, right? You guys saw that fucking bullshit there? Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, I don't know. It's tricky with me. I hate the idea that I might fire 5 bullets into a satellite and not win a ticket, and then still play the event by buying into it myself, which means I've actually paid double for the event, right? Because I've failed. So it's one of the problems with satellites is that I worry that at the end of the day I'm not actually going to get there, and so I'm going to have spent a bunch of money plus to buy it. But I think overall, if you're comfortable with your Saudi game, then you're going to be okay. And I mean, there's an argument to be made for me that when I'm in with the deuces there, it's a pretty high variance play for me because there are lots of 2-pair hands that can get out on me in that spot because, you know, my deuces are pretty much always going to be the worst full house if it ever gets that far. My deuces are always the worst set. My deuces are always any hand that's the same as mine, my hand's always the worst. So it's a spot in a satellite where I might actually think of folding. I maybe should have thought of folding that on the turn there when he shoves on me or when he re-raises, but you know, it might be in a Saudi. It might be a fold to Saudi. Now that I'm thinking about it, in this it might have been a fold. Looks like we'll get some chips back here with our set, but then again, who knows? I mean, it looked like we were going to do that before, but we're on the final table bubble in the Falling Star. We're 8 of 10. 140 guaranteed now. It's 22 up top though, so we'd like to get a shot at some of the bigger prizes. So we did get the triple up there. Not that that's very much. We still barely have 2 big blinds. That's the way the no, it wasn't Crazy Papa this time. It was not Crazy Papa this time. It was 666 Horn Devil. I mean, he's calling off there all the time. It's just one of those gross poker spots, right, where his hand gets there, and he's calling off with 2 pair there, like 1,000% of the time. So it's not like I'm blaming him for anything. But it's just gross. It's just a gross spot to be in. Basically, we were well. Here, I'll bring up the replay. We'll watch the replay. We'll go through the replay here because it was one of those hands that you just want to relive again. Right. So we have got. Pair of deuces in the small blind. And it limps around. So I decide just to limp and see what happens. Basically set mining at this point. And sure enough, our set mine pays off. And we get a gusher. So we check, hoping somebody will bet into us on this flop and we can raise them. That doesn't happen. Checks around. So queen on the turn, and we decide to fire 3/4 bet into the pot and hope somebody decides to come over top of us. Sure enough, somebody decides to come over top of us, and we're like, this is awesome. This is awesome. We're in good shape here, aren't we, folks? We're in good shape. We're going to come back over top with a shove because we are the best hand here all the time, are we not? We are the best hand here almost 100% of the time. Yes, there are the occasional 7s and 9s out there, but are they really limping pre-flop? I think not. Sorry, I've got a thing happening on the black hole table at the moment. Nope. Just too many big blinds there to call off that. Wow. 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 That's my punishment for being super nitty, folks. That's my punishment. That is my punishment for being super nitty. Right, so let's go back to talking about this hand. So I put in the reshove, and he calls, which is fine. Hey, thank you for the bits, Hustler Honey. I very much appreciate that. I think that's my first bits on screen. I don't even have anything to set up to record the bits, so I very much appreciate that. So yeah, and he's got 2 pairs, which we're pretty happy to see because we're beating 2 pairs, right? Well, we were beating 2 pairs until one of those pairs ends up boating on the river. And because we're on douches, everything that boats up on the river beats us. So we're pretty much done for that. So it's gross, but it's also poker, right? So still a final table bubble of the falling star. We'll ignore the qualifier for now since I'm almost certainly not going to do anything in that. Not sure why dude's calling with queen or with king 5 there. That's pretty loose call. Keep my eye on that. Should be able to pull some chips out of that spot. Alrighty, we have got a break coming up, so I'm going to queue up some commercials for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a good evening to you. This is John Cameron Swayze. Tonight I want to present the new waterproof Timex Marlin. Here is the one waterproof watch that has just about everything. Now just look at the slimness there, the smartness of its lines. But there's more. The Timex Marlin is really shock resistant and waterproof, as we're going to prove to you. And it's also permanently protected against damaging dust and dirt because of its new hermetically sealed one-piece case. This case, constructed without gaskets or cement, is the type found in the most expensive waterproof watches. But the Timex Marlin can be yours for as little as $9.95. Isn't it amazing? Only $9.95. Well, now let's see how this new Timex Marlin stands up under our famous agitator test. You remember this machine? Here we go. That machine in this live demonstration is agitating at 1,300 vibrations a minute. Now, of course, you wouldn't dream of giving a conventional watch such a beating. The Timex can and does take such a beating because it has the exclusive deconic movement. Can I stop it now? You can also see, of course, what we mean when we say that Timex is really waterproof after that. Now, let's see how the new Timex Marlin came through this test. I get the first peek, but it's still running perfectly, as you can see for yourself. Because Timex takes a licking and keeps on ticking like no other watch built. Remember, you can tell immediately it's a Timex waterproof because it says waterproof right on the dial and also over here on the back of the case. Yes, the new Timex Marlin has just about everything. It's waterproof, shock-resistant, anti-magnetic, has an unbreakable mainspring, and an unbeatable price. Anyone can own or give this great Timex watch for as little as $9.95. Now, for the youngsters, we recommend the Timex Sportster. It, too, is waterproof and shock-resistant. But as you can see, it's styled with a smaller case. And it's also priced for as little as $9.95. Is it any wonder, then, that more people buy Timex than any other watch in the world?
You don't have to see it to kill it with Blitz. New Blitz doesn't need a direct hit. Blitz vapor goes anywhere. So if there's an insect there, you're sure to murder it with Blitz.
New Flit Flying Mosquito Killer, for instance, works the way an exterminator does.
New Blitz doesn't need a direct hit.
New Flit releases a superfine mist which spreads as a potent vapor. Smells pleasant to people, but quickly knocks annoying flies and mosquitoes out of the air. How about that?
Blitz vapor goes anywhere, so if there's an insect there.
Behind furnishings, on top of moldings. I mean, in all those hard-to-reach places like...
You're sure to murder it with Blitz.
Now you can really protect your house against flying insects because...
You don't need a direct hit with Blitz.
Oh, get New Flit Flying Mosquito Killer today.
Part 1 of Love of Life has been presented by the world-famous Flit Insecticides.
Ozzie and Harriet are brought to you on film by Eastman Kodak Company, who also present The Ed Sullivan Show on another network. And remember...
The most personal greetings of all are photo greetings. The cards only you can send. So why not take some new pictures for your Christmas cards this week? Be sure and see David in his latest motion picture. It's called 30, and he co-stars with Jack Webb. Of course, I may be prejudiced, but I think he does a wonderful job. And speaking of the boys, I hope you have Ricky's new album. We think it's his best yet. It's called Songs by Ricky.
Last year, careless tourists and campers destroyed millions of acres of valuable timber, watershed, and recreational areas because they forgot to be careful with matches, smokes, and campfires. When you go hunting, fishing, on a picnic, or maybe just a drive through our forest area, please be extra careful with fire. Drown that campfire. Break those matches. Don't throw that smoke out the car window. Use the A. Make sure every spark is out. Help keep America green. As Smokey the Bear says, remember, folks, only you can prevent forest fires.
This has been an ABC Television Network film presentation.
We are back. I just regged in the Titan Nano as well, late regged in that. 20 minutes or so to go in late registration, and then we get the add-on there, so we'll see how that goes. So currently we're playing the playing 4 tournaments, the Falling Star final table, the Titan Nano that just kicked off for us. It's been running for an hour for everybody else though. We're still actually alive, shockingly enough, with 2 to go to the money in the qualifier, and we've literally just been folding and winning all of our all-ins in the big blinds. So it's actually been going pretty well for us that way. So we'll see how that plays out. And then we got the Black Hole Nano that we're building a decent stack in and still doing well in. Reg is going to be closing in that one shortly, so we'll be able to start looking at payout spots and so on at that point. Let's go watch the Falling Star final table for the time being. That's where our real money is now. We're guaranteed 179 at this point. We are in last place though, so we're going to need to get some chips. We do still have 10 big blinds, so it's not terrible. I think if this folds to us, we shove our ace-4 here. Do we shove over a limp? I think we shove over a limp as well. We might not have shoved over a raise, but I think we definitely shove over a limp. And hope for the best. We get a call from the big stack. Well, if we're gonna shove ace-4 and ace-4 suited and not hit the flop, that's the best way not to hit the flop, I guess. 3-4 or 3-5-6. Ugh, and we can't quite get there. Alrighty, we lost in the so we're out 179 in the Falling Star, and we just finished in 6th place in the qualifier as well. We couldn't quite get there again when we were all in the big blind, so that's there. So we're down to 2 tournaments again. Let me add that to our bankroll tracking. So the Falling Star bounty now is plus 1.79. And we got 0 there and 0 there. Alrighty. So that puts us down to 2 tables. to Frylot, you were asking about a tournament named Moon. With the 50 € Deep Crazy Moon is starting up in 24 minutes. So there you go. Put in the raise with my ace queen. Put in the c-bet there, I think, as well. Definitely put in the CC bet. And I think we shove here. Not really sure we should have got value out of a king there, but apparently we got value out of a king there, folks. Huh. And we hold. Oh, no, we don't. Shit, she hit the jack. Fuck. Sorry, I can't read the boards. I can't read the boards. Idiots playing, though, just fucking shoving like that. Regin, a 2 € Singularity for the record as well, that has just kicked off. It's got the wrong title on it, however. Why does it have the wrong title on it? There we go. That's got a better title on it now. So the Singularity events are, of course, freeze out, pure freeze out events. No bounties, nothing like that. Got a pair of fives in the black hole. Flopped our set. Fairly happy with that situation, obviously. Going to keep our c-bet pressure going. Turn quads. So I think we're going to check back, see if he wants to bet into us. He does want to bet into us. Okay, we'll take your chip, sir. That was a pretty gross cooler against him, but I'll take it. I will take it. Well, I should take a screenshot of my quad nobblers there. Shouldn't I take a screenshot of that? Before I do that, however, let's go pay attention to the Titan. Where with any luck, Brit will just shove over top of us again. Oh no, she just calls behind. That's okay. That's okay. I'm happy to have her in the pot with us. I am thrilled to have her in the pot with us, actually. I am thrilled to have her in the pot. I'm thrilled to have her calling me in the pot as well. I mean, fucking seriously, folks? I mean, fucking seriously. That's twice that they've just been a fucking idiot. Frustrating as fuck is what it is. Because when those players get rewarded, it just gives them the, it's fucking annoying is what it is. So we flop top pair here. Definitely not going anywhere. Huh. I mean, how much more gross could the runout get for us on this board? It's like, we're clearly not, they clearly don't want us to win on the, the most absurd thing just happened on the black hole table as well. We're all in with our top pair. Hello, Chris Yu. I'm sorry I don't speak anything but English, so I will not understand you if you're speaking some other language. I apologize for that, but I'm a dumb Canadian, so I only speak, dumb Western Canadian, so I only speak one language. And that language is English. Yeah, exactly. Who would have thought I needed the fourth five there? Crazy. Idiots playing like that. No, I don't use SharkScope to fry lot. It's SharkScope can't get into the info from Unibet because of the way the usernames and stuff are done. As far as I know, I track all my stuff manually on a Google spreadsheet. And in fact, the link on this page goes to the link on that goes to the spreadsheet where I track it all. Fold to king 4. Nope, still never made a deposit to fry lot. I have been taking some staking from one of my viewers, Addy, has been helping me with some of the buy-ins on the bigger events that I'm playing. But to date, that's all happened outside of Unibet. I have not actually put any of that money into Unibet, and when I win, I'm going to be paying them back out of money that's outside of Unibet as well, for the time being, because I want to. I may at some point start depositing staking money if it continues, and it looks like it's useful for me to do that. But for the time being, I like the idea that if anybody challenges me on the deposit thing, I can go to Unibet. I can tell them to output my complete playing history from the accounts, and I can show anybody who wants to look that I have not put any money into the site, and everything that I have is entirely from free rolls. What was your score, Pinky? What was your number? Still, that's a good run. Night Chopper, you lasted longer than I managed to again today. But we're going to fire once more tomorrow. And we're going to fire once more on Thursday. And then we probably aren't going to fire on Friday, but we will fire Saturday or Sunday for our 5th bullet this week in the Full on, full size, a full meal deal, dark matter. Yeah, basically, I do essentially all I have to do manually, the fry lot, is enter the date, the buy-in, the tournament name, and the number of bullets that I fire in the event. Once I've done that, I've set up the formula so that everything else is calculated automatically for me and updated automatically for me. So it took me a while to get that set up, but yeah, now it's at the point where I'm basically only entering 4 pieces of information for every tournament, and that updates the numbers that you see on the stream in real time as I enter the data in my spreadsheet, because the numbers that you see on stream underneath of my picture and bankroll graph, underneath my webcam and bankroll graph, those numbers are actually just a live shot of the Google Sheet, of the first page of the Google Sheet where I have all my totals in. So it's literally a live shot of everything that I'm seeing that day. Hang on a sec. Let me have a quick look. Money spent is probably the total. Right. So I play tournaments with multiple bullets, like rebuys and add-ons. So the way I do that is the so let me just make sure that I'm saying this right when we go here. Right. So total cost, if so total cost is the buy-in times the number of bullets I fire in that tournament. So in things like the Nano, for example, which for the record I fired 2 bullets in, so I need to put a second bullet in there. For the Titan, for example, although it's a 10-cent tournament, a 10-cent buy-in, I can actually spend 20 or 30 or 40 cents in that tournament once the add-in and all the rebuys are taken into account. So that's how I do that. And then the total spent line up at the top there is just a sum of all of the total costs that I've put in, which is basically the total amount of money that I've spent in order to win 409 euros. So I've spent $284 or euros to win 409 euros on the site. So I hope that explains your question. I hope that answers your question. Yeah, I want to bank one of those 10 euros this week as well. Nice, 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 nice. We've picked up a decent little hand here in the black hole Nano. I think you have to keep valuing here. Let's try to get a little bit extra value out of him. Guess we're not going to get anything there. It's yeah, with something like SharkScope, it's easier. But I'm kind of a spreadsheet geek and a data geek, anyways. I love actually the time I spend building my spreadsheet and trying to figure out interesting new ways to group the data or to graph the data and things is probably more enjoyable than the time I spend actually playing the poker to generate the data that I'm working with. It's kind of a weird thing with me. I love working with data, and I it doesn't really matter even if I care very much about what the data is actually supposed to be representing. So yeah, I have a ton of fun, and I putting that spreadsheet together has been a lot of fun for me to just because I'm a numbers and a data geek. So. So the Titan is going to be very close to ending registration here shortly. We've limped on the button here, which was kind of a weird thing to do with King 10, but we decided to do it and flopped the nut flush draw. So we got there and took that down a little bit. Just looking at some of the other tournaments in here. Not going to reg anything else right now. We should be coming into we should be past the late registration period now in the black hole as well. Looks like 26 people getting paid there. We are 16th currently. And yeah, registration's closed in that one. So we got a good chance of cashing it there as well. We've already pulled some money out of the falling star with booties and a cash. And we got some money chances in the Titan as well. So it could be an okay day. So would have much preferred the 4 over the 9 here, but I still think I'd probably call in behind. So that's one of probably the biggest area of problem, quote unquote, in my game, I think, to Frylot. Very little formal study under my belt at the moment, and most of what I've learned from osmosis, from other players, from playing a lot of hands myself. If you watch the stream, you know I play a fair amount of poker on the stream here. In the past 10 years, I've put in over 1 million hands on PokerStars and Full Tilt and places like that as well. So I've got a fair amount of poker under my belt, and I've learned a fair amount of that by just muscle memory from experience, and gaining experience as you go. But I need to do more. I need to do more study. I think I need to do more formal study, and that's something that I haven't really done. I haven't had any coaching or anything like that up till this point, and so this is maybe a spot where some coaching might be useful. I could rebuy, think still. So I think we're going to call this off because I think it can be pretty wide trying to steal. Come on, spades. Nice king. I'll take the king. I'll take the king. That's probably not a good call. I think it's probably a better call in the nanos than it is elsewhere, but it may not be a good call anywhere, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, studying is important, and studying is just as important as a winning player as it is as a losing player, because the only way you're going to stay a winning player is to be hypercritical of everything that you're doing at any given time, and to be hyper aware that you could be making mistakes, and to just think as much as you can about what you're doing all the time. Because every spot is unique, and you need to have every tool at your disposal to be able to come up with the right answer at the right time. So I totally think that that sort of training is and study is really required, and it's something that I need to do more of, frankly, if I'm going to take this seriously. Before I came to Unibet, the honest truth is I was largely a break-even player pretty much anywhere I played. I was pretty successful as a mixed game player on Full Tilt and Hold'em years back, and PokerStars years back. But overall, I've been a break-even player. I'm clearly a profitable player on Unibet. I mean, I wouldn't have a bankroll if I wasn't, because I started from zero, so the only way you can have your bankroll is if you're a profitable player. And part of that, I think, is the field that we get over here. And I've noticed that it's been somewhat tricky to move up in stakes for me, and that's probably a result of my lack of study, I think, is why I'm having more troubles at the higher levels. Is I'm running into people who are just more adept at poker than I'm running into in the nano games. So put in the add-on in the Titan. Add that to our bankroll tracker. Oh, we need to add our singularity buy-in as well to this. €2 singularity. Hang on a sec. Fold that hand. Alrighty, there we go. Yeah, I'm not sure of a good book for the MTTs. I know that I know I hear a lot of people saying good things about Dara's satellite book, and the fact that it's a satellite book, I hear a lot of people talking about it not only as a satellite book but as an MTT book as well, because the way he discusses ICM is hugely relevant to all the tournaments you play, whether it's satellite or MTT. So I would actually recommend, even though I haven't read it myself, I've heard a lot of people whose opinions I respect saying good things about Dara's book, and it's probably the first poker book I plan to buy in the next short little while, because especially given that my qualifier game's been so fucking brutal last little while. I think what happened is that Unibet knows that I haven't bought the book yet, so they flicked the "you lose all the time" switch in the back room, and so I just gotta register that buy with Amazon, and they'll go back in and flick my switch again, so I can win the qualifiers again. Part of the problem with buying books, especially on MTT theory, is that by the time the book gets published, the theories you're reading might be out of date, frankly. The MTT world moves so fast, and people are reassessing spots so often that I think it's tricky. I think you're better off with MTTs. I think you're better off with a some sort of a website type training that's going to be keeping current, more so than a book that is, that got written a year and a half ago and went through an editing process for 6 months, and then went through the printing and binding process for a month before it finally got released. And in that year and a half's time, poker's moved on to other things and other ideas. So I sort of wonder, in that sense, if books are the way to go these days. I think you need a more interactive. I think these days you need a more interactive, more live training tool, frankly, than just reading books. Books I don't think are terrible, and I do think for something like Dara's ICM satellite book, it probably is useful. Because that's a very general concept, and typically one that I don't think people grasp very well. I don't grasp it very well. I grasp the basics of it, but otherwise I don't grasp it very well. But yeah, and I think things like YouTube, where you can sort of verify the vintage of it and know that it's people that are talking from relatively recent experience, talking from relatively recent theory. Solvers, I mean, in just the last 6 months or so, solvers seem to have really taken over the game in many ways, and are changing a lot of people's thinking about what to do in certain spots, because the solvers are coming up and saying, well, there are other situations. When I run this a billion iterations, there are other ways that you might be able to extract value out of this situation. So that's an interesting spot. And I'm a little embarrassed to admit this, but I actually downloaded the free version of PO Solver a couple of weeks ago, and I've opened it up and tried to play with it a couple of times, and I frankly don't have a fucking clue what I'm doing. So it's a little bit tricky to work with those. I thought it would be relatively easy for me to figure out what was going on with it, but I'm not even sure how to build a preflop tree, frankly. So figure that's probably the first step that I need to be doing, and I'm not even sure really how to do that. So And yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, for study, especially these days, I don't think you can ever replace talking to other poker players about your hands. Um, and you don't even have to necessarily be talking to a superstar about your hands. And in fact, if you don't play the same stakes that the superstar plays, talking to a superstar about your hands may not be very useful for you because the play styles will be different. The sorts of things that he's willing to do versus other people willing to do will be different. And so you may not even get that. So talking to other people who play the same sorts of games you play, get into the same sorts of spots that you get into. I mean, don't talk to people you think are idiots, obviously, because that's probably never going to be a good situation for you. But so talk to people whose games you respect, but don't necessarily go for the superstar crusher. Don't go for the high stakes guy. But finding a group of people that you can just sit and chat about hands with, that's what I love about this stream. I started streaming because I get value out of talking my hands through while I play them. And streaming seems like the most natural way to do that. So I got value from it even when there was nobody watching my stream, just because I was sitting here talking through the hands as though people were watching my stream. But since I've got people coming into my stream whose poker games I respect a lot, like Ant-Man, Night Shopper, Addy, lots of other people coming into the tournaments or coming into the chat, and and the discussions that we get into about hands here have helped me 1,000% more than anything else that I've ever had. So finding people that you can actually sit down and really get meaty about hands with and get meaty about certain spots and situations with is crucial, I think, in poker. And it's more valuable than any other training tool that I think you'll ever have. Because at the end of the day, that's the other thing to remember in poker. Everything is subjective. Every bit of training you get is from the subjective perspective of the person giving the training. And the best play in any given spot, there are objective measures of that for sure. But there's also a huge amount of subjective measure in that, according to the play style of the people involved, the table dynamic at the time, and a whole slew of other factors that have nothing to do with, that are just completely separate. I'm never going to be able to play poker like Daniel Negreanu. I'm not talking about the level of poker. I'm talking about the style of poker. I'm never going to be that chatty of a guy at the table. I'm never going to be that. I'm never going to have that sort of banter at the table. I'm never going to be that arrogant at the table. I'm never going to be. I'm not necessarily even saying arrogant in a bad way. He's just sure of himself because he knows he's a good poker player, and he frankly is, for the most part, or has been at one time in his life. I'm not entirely sure he's still a great poker player, but we can talk about that at some point. So what is right for Daniel Negreanu to do in a certain situation may be completely wrong for me to do in a certain situation because of the subjective differences in our game styles. So there are absolutely objective things, but it's also subjective. So the coaching you get also needs to respect the way you play poker. Or you need to be willing to adapt to the play style of the training that you're getting. Because I do think there are different ways to play poker, and I do think there are different ways to be successful at poker, and I don't think you always have to be the same kind of player in order to be successful at poker. Putting in the raise here with our ace-king, I think, obviously. For the record, we are 15 from the money in the Black Hole Nano as well, so we're calling this off with our Ace-King. Oh, just against aces, of course. But hey, we get there with... we do get there with... Yeah, we get there with the flush. So, I mean, okay. I guess I can accept some of the crappy beats we got earlier in this game. And when that's going to happen, when I get my Ace-King in against aces and suck out to the flush. Yeah, absolutely. Hustler Honey is awesome with poker, and certainly when I'm looking for cash game advice, Hustler Honey is one of the people I would 100% go to for cash game advice. I think even she would admit herself that I probably should not be going to her for tournament advice. I think she's even. I think she'll even admit that one. Yeah, that's tough. But you also have a bunch of friends, Evisceration, that play poker and play poker a lot. And those friends hang out in stream with you here on the MotherShip Poker Channel. So make use of this. Make use of this resource because I certainly do. You know, I probably don't say it often enough, but I'm infinitely grateful for the advice that I get from all of the people that come to the stream here, and the suggestions and the advice. Because, as I say, I may at the end of the day, I may not agree with what you say, and I may come away with a different opinion finally, and we may agree to disagree. Doesn't mean I don't value what you had to say. Doesn't mean that what you had to say didn't make me think about it. And almost certainly, if we go away disagreeing, it's because what you said made me think enough about my own position to be able to further justify it to myself, if that makes sense. So I got value out of your dissenting opinion, no matter what. I'm not somebody who wants yes people hanging around all the time. I am got shit happening in the black hole here. Hey, it's a niche market, but it's a market you're really good at, Hustler Honey. So play it for what it's worth. We hit our set. And we get shoved into. Life is pretty good for us. Wow. Just crushing the Black Hole Nano today. We are just crushing the Black Hole Nano today. $14 to go to the money now. So we're definitely calling that off. Might have wanted to reshove that actually, but I think Full House was planning to call off no matter what. Put in the bet with our flush draw. Oh, you guys aren't watching this table. Sorry, this is the hand I've been talking about. We get there on the end with our flush, so that's nice. And yeah, we're just going to shove here. This is the singularity table. We get a nice triple up there in the singularity, so that puts us into decent chip position there. So that's a nice little bank for us. That is a €2 buy-in for the record, so a little bigger than I'm used to playing. But this is my this week's mission to jump up the stakes a little bit and try to get ourselves a bit of bit of a bank here this week. Go, 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 shopper. Right now we're playing only 3 tables at the moment. We've got the 2-year singularity up there in the top left. We've got the Titan Nano here in the top right, where we're sitting on a flush draw now. And we've got the black hole Nano down in the bottom right. Yeah, true enough. It is, and it is hard to chat. It's much easier to chat live with people than it is in text chat for sure about hands. Get rid of the 10-4 there. Pair of 9s on the Titan Nano, so I think we'll get involved with that. We are 13 for the money there. So 20 getting paid. We are 10th currently. After our somewhat miraculous suck out with the Ace King against Ace Ace. And we've got a break happening right after this hand is over, so I'm feeling like Mutz is on Ace X, where X is a deuce 3 or a 4 at this point, and is calling behind. Wondering if his pair beats my ace, or maybe hoping to suck out with a straight. I think we're just going to go check here a lot, and I'm going to beat hands that hit one of the 3 hands to start, and I'm going to beat Ace X's as well. Cool. Alrighty, so we are going to go to the break, and we'll be right back.
Don't wait to be told. You need Palmolive Gold. First, continuous action deodorant soap that's Palmolive mild. An antibacterial soap that's good to your skin. Used daily, Palmolive Gold protects against odor-causing bacteria all day, all night. Gives you a golden, healthy glow.
Don't wait to be told. You need Palmolive Gold.
What's happened to the circus parade?
Look, it's a giant white tornado. It's so big.
What did they do to it? They made Ajax stronger. It's the new white tornado. It's concentrated with ammoniol. Oh, you'll have to scrub that dirt. Not with Ajax. It's strong enough to take up the worst kind of dirt.
There it goes again.
New Ajax liquid cleans the whole floor without rinsing.
Cleans everything like a white tornado.
This is new even waving Tony. And this is new even waving Tony. The most even wave ever. You just can't overwave or underwave with Tony's new even waving lotion. And this new double easy applicator. Tony's applicator waves and neutralizes too. Look, easy even waving with the wide sponge top. No combing, no dripping. Easy even neutralizing too. 8 spray tips neutralize inside the curl. Yes, you can't underwave or overwave. You get even waves every time. No stragglers, no frizz. So you try this new even way to wave. You get the new even waving Tony with the double easy applicator.
Smoke the big O. Oasis. New Oasis filter cigarettes with soothing menthol mist.
Menthol mist, so mild, so light, makes every puff a smooth delight. Smokers who know, now smoke the big O. Smokers who know, now smoke the big O.
Oasis. The filter's pure white. The box, flavor tight.
Smokers who know, now smoke the big O. Smokers who know, now smoke the big O. O flavor, O freshness, Oasis, smoke the big O.
Oasis, the freshest new taste in smoking. Oasis.
This is a chubby-cheeked, blue-bibbed dinner dribbler. He loves to eat, but right now he's had enough. Wait a minute. Here comes Jell-O. There's always room for Jell-O. Jell-O gelatin is the lighter one that tastes more than ever like luscious fresh fruit. No matter how you serve it, there's always room for Jell-O.
Whenever you see that gold medal sack being used, oh, there's going to be something delicious for dinner. Say, this sack seems empty, though, doesn't it? And that's good, because when you open the next full sack of gold medal, there's always a welcome surprise inside. Always a whole collection of Betty Crocker recipes on the folder to give you lots of good eating ideas. Why, it's like getting a new cookbook. You hardly know which recipe to try first. One thing for sure, they'll all be delicious and inviting, made with a Betty Crocker recipe and gold medal flour. Gold medal can bake everything, from high, light, delicate textured cake to yeast bread or rolls. Betty Crocker recipes in gold medal sacks are changed frequently, so save them all. Of course, these Betty Crocker recipes work best with gold medal because they were designed to fit this dependable flour. Use them together. It's your easiest, simplest, surest way to baking success. Get gold medal, kitchen-tested, enriched flour at your grocer's.
And we're back. Currently, as I said, playing 3 tables with the €2 singularity up top left, Titan and Nano, 13 to go to the money there, top right, and we are 9 from the money in the black hole Nano. Funny, I've been, I think I just muted the wrong, yeah, I've been muting the wrong microphone when I'm on the four-table screen. I've been muting the table sounds when I cough instead of muting my microphone. I just realized. So I'm sorry for just coughing in your ears there, guys. Let's head back over and check out the main screen on the black hole table. Black hole nano, of course. Yeah, it's amazing that I love all the outdoor water, the people in the water having cigarettes, and I'm like, really? That's yeah. I used to be a smoker, and that was the one place where I didn't smoke was when I was in the water usually. So I don't know. Is Ian done streaming again for the day, or is he still running? I haven't even looked at my I haven't even looked at who's on against me today. Is David still streaming GTA? That actually looks like a really fun world. I have enjoyed playing GTA. Again, though, it's a little bit more. I don't know. Parts of it I enjoy, but parts of it I just find I don't really want to be a criminal. So role playing as a criminal doesn't really do much for me. But I do like the RP idea, and I actually kind of like the idea of going into that sort of world and RPing as just a normal person, like he was talking about as well. So I might look into something like that too. It takes a lot of your time to do that though, and you sort of have to. I mean, you make decisions, and it's like we see David, making choices about what he's going to do on a stream, and poker losing out a lot with it. So it's interesting, but I don't know. Piano Cat, I was mentioning earlier, I don't know if you were here at the time or if you were elsewhere at the time, but I was mentioning earlier that I, just on a whim last night, started rewatching Mad Men again from the first season on, and we had an ad earlier in the broadcast for Lucky Strikes where they used the tagline, "It's toasted." And I remembered after watching the show last night, the second episode of the first season of Mad Men has the Don Draper character coming up with that exact tagline for Lucky Strikes. It's toasted. Right at the time when they were unable to make health claims or talk to doctors or anything like that. That's how he pulls it out of the fire, was the "It's toasted" line. So it was kind of interesting that, and a pure coincidence, frankly, that it happened to come up, that I happened to watch it last night, and it just happened to come up today. I don't think you have diamonds here, Mr. Borster. Yeah, I didn't think you had diamonds. See you, Hustler Honey. See you soon. And thank you once again so much for the bits. That was so wonderful. Ant-Man, good evening, buddy. Welcome to see ya. Welcome to see you. My Englishing not so good today, apparently. It's very good to see you. Welcome to the stream, Ant-Man. Always good to see you. I was just mentioning how you're one of the people that I very much value having in the stream because you give me excellent advice, and you're one of the people that I value talking to about hands. And it is, in many ways, other people have WhatsApp groups of poker player friends that they talk hands about with, or Skype groups or whatever. I have my stream, and I can talk to you guys about hands, and we can talk about hands that you guys play as well, and we can talk about them together. And that's one of the reasons why I'm doing this, is because I love the community of talking through hands. And I got idiocy happening here on the singularity table. I guess I'm just folding my eights here, but yeah, I mean, it's just absurd, right? The ace-jack dude 3-bet pre-flop against me, and then he just open shoves for twice the big for twice the pot there as a bluff. So, got to put that in our brain. I still don't think we should call there with eights, frankly, but it's let's actually. I'm going to run through the replay on that actually, because you guys didn't see the whole hand. So let's actually go through the entire hand here. Hang on a sec and give me 30 seconds to get this set up. Right, so we are in middle position, and we get dealt pair of eights. So we put in a raise. We get pretty quickly 3-bet by full house, min 3-bet by full house here. I can come back over the top pre-flop here for sure, but I just decided to call behind instead and see what the flop brings. Thinking I can still get away. I've still got a decent stack, and we can see what happens from there. So the flop comes pretty good for my hand, I think, but I'm gonna check to the pre-flop 3-better and see what he does. And he just fucking lamps in for twice the pot. And you know, what the hell am I supposed to do here? I mean, in these events, I have to put him on a bluff like he's got overcards like ace-jack quite a bit. I have to put him on clubs quite a bit. We'll notice the dude here calls off his stack, and one of these guys is almost certainly doing club draws, you would think. Might be things like 3-4s, ace-3s, ace-4s out there as well, doing something like this, although you would think that the 3-4 isn't there pre-flop, and ace hands aren't just lamping it on this, on a gut shot here, I wouldn't think. So the value range of these hands is pretty limited, which actually makes me think maybe I should have been calling behind here with a pair of eights. That said, I'm almost always having to fade overcards against somebody like full house, I would think, at the very least, if I'm not behind already. So I'm not sure if it's a good fold or not. As it turns out, we would have won the hand, but that doesn't necessarily make it a good or a bad fold. So the way the rest of the hand plays out is like this. So we would take it down because we're ahead of the ace-jack, and flush draw doesn't get there. But it is a pretty high variance spot as well, where we're against at least one big drawing hand, and then the other one that has 2 cards to beat us. So 6 cards to beat us. We just banked out a nice win in the Titan Nano as well. with ace king. Sorry about that. Let's go and have a look at that. Actually, that is on the Titan Nano table. And we are going to put in a raise with that. Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to think the same way myself, Pinky. I actually think that the 1 and 2 euro games are even worse players than the Nano games. It's like the players that play in the Nanos are serious enough to recognize stuff like bankroll management and to recognize that they don't have really either the skill set or the money to be playing in the bigger games. So that by default makes them. But yeah, I mean, I think there's just going to be a lot of people who just decide to fire, who don't actually think of a euro as anything significant because, you know, they're putting 150 or 200 euros a month from their paycheck into the poker site just to have fun on a Friday night or in this case a Monday night, it goes from there, right? So, and I think those are the players. I don't think those players are going to fire Nano events because that feels like it's wasting their time. They want the big score, so they're going to fire the 1, the 2, the 5s, whether they're any good at them or not. I think so. I actually think you're right that the 1 and 2 euro levels, especially, are even more donkey than the Nano levels. Because at least the Nano level players recognize that they should be playing in the Nano level games. Yeah, I think I'm definitely going to give it another shot too. I had a similar experience yesterday in it. I didn't quite get to bubble time, but I wasn't that far off. And yeah, I didn't really feel terribly outclassed in it in any sense. So I'm pretty happy to go back and get involved in that again, I think. Alrighty, so in the Black Hole Nano, we are 2 away from the money on the soft bubble, hand for hand. In the Titan Nano, we are 6 away from the money. We're not yet hand for hand there, but we will be soon, I'm thinking. Still quite a ways from money in the Singularity event that we're playing, but we do have a stack there, and that stack is a min caching stack at the moment. Yeah, I think you guys are all right. I think at the end of the day, I made the even though that particular situation is one I would have won. I need to make that fool most of the time, I think. Yeah, once the second guy calls in as well, I feel like I have to be behind one of those hands, or at the very least, one of those hands is drawing to a very big hands that I have no chance of beating, or a very little chance of beating. So yeah, I mean, I think at that point I need to certainly once the call is there. Yeah. Okay. Cool. No, I'm pretty happy with the way I ended up playing that. I just wanted to kind of verify that my thinking was right there. That I probably should be getting out of the way with 8s. Picked up a pair of jacks on the singularity table, put in a raise with that, early position. We take it down without anybody playing back at us. Yeah, that makes good sense, Addy. That makes very good sense. Pretty nice flop for us here in the singularity. I'm totally Hollywooding here for the record. Ugh. Gross club. I'm calling off. And I mean we're betting for value here on our straight for sure. We're betting such that he has to basically put himself in if he wants to play the hand. Something might be developing here on the black hole table. We flop top pair. Gonna lead out into a limped pot, I think. We get a raise. Don't think we're going anywhere. We are still on the bubble here of the black hole. He just gets there with his 4-3 already. It's now the hard bubble in the black hole. Still 6 from the money in the Titan Nano. Fourth from the money now in the Titan Nano, actually. 24 players left. 20 people get paid. We are 7th. Looks like we're still waiting for the bubble to burst in the black hole. Got 31, 39 up top in the black hole, so that would be a pretty nice little bank for us. And the black hole is one of the Nano tournament trophies that we have yet to add to our trophy case. So it would be a pretty cool one to add to our trophy case, I think. We have two versions of the Dark Matter Nano Trophy. We have a Titan Nano Trophy, we have a Comet Nano Trophy, and we have a Dwarf Star Bounty Nano Trophy to our names now. It'd be very nice to add a Black Hole Nano Trophy to our name. Night, night, Addy. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. And yeah, as far as the field of the nanos is concerned, I'd like to think I'm an example of one of those players who actually take them seriously from a bankroll management perspective. The Titan Nano, we're still sitting with 4 players to go until the money. That one's not a hugely significant prize pool in any way. This is one of the reasons why I'm really looking at moving up in stakes, because I won the Dark Matter tournament again Nano tournament again on Saturday. And I'm thrilled that I win the tournament. I love winning tournaments. And as I've said in the past, I'm here to play poker, and the stakes don't matter as much to me. But my bankroll does matter to me to a certain extent, and I'm just going to call behind here with the 9. So that's a little bit nitty, I know, but just because for some reason. So we've ended up with the straight draw as well as second pair now. I mean, I just don't get it. Just find that those plays so absurd. I wonder what PO Solver would make of that. Put in a raise here, and we're probably going to play it pretty aggressively against Gleb. We're also putting in a raise on the singularity with our ace-king from the cutoff, with a dead small blind. We do not hit the flop, but we're c-betting anyways. Let's go have a look at that table for a second. Oh no, we got the c-bet through, so we're not going to bother with that. Currently on that table, we are sitting at 12 of, no, let's let it update after that hand. We're sitting 9 of 20 with 9 people getting paid, so we're right on the money bubble there. I've done that before, Ant-Man. I've done that a few times. Get kings in the first hand, and it's kings into aces, and I mean, I've actually had that happen way more times than it feels like it should. We're in the money in the Blackwell Nano for the record. We are now 25 players remaining. Guaranteed 162. Still 4 from the money in the Titan, as you can see. Yeah. Night, Ant-Man. We'll see you again tomorrow, buddy. Hopefully, I'll be back at this again tomorrow doing, and of course we would have banked, oh, he would have banked the full house, so we wouldn't have banked. Gleb is just basically getting his chips in with any 2 cards, and getting there is what's happening with Gleb here. So this is the current state of affairs in the Black Hole Nano. We're 11 of 24, guaranteed 163. We just got a walk with a pair of 4s in the Singularity. Seen 10 of 18 on that one, so we got 9 to go to the money, and we're just out of the money spot there. But still pretty happy with our situation, I think. Not terribly unhappy with it, anyways. Min cash on that one is 323 for a €2 buy-in, so. Oh my God, Giggle Piglet, that's amazing. What's how much is a win worth in that one? I think that's got a really big prize pool, doesn't it? That wins like a couple €100, isn't it? That is awesome. That is awesome. I've sort of moved on from the free rolls lately. I'm not playing nearly as many free rolls. I should still play the free rolls to get access to the tickets, but I do kind of find them frustrating as hell. In many ways. So I don't know, but I did actually win a significant number of tickets out of them when I was playing them regularly. So it might be still might be worth me spending time at that just for the tickets. Although they're giving away cash game tickets and stuff now, which I'm not as thrilled with. I noticed that the other day. So it's another reason why I'm not playing them as much. I don't really care about winning the cash game tickets so much. We'll head back to the Titan for a bit. Now that we're in the money in the black hole, we'll head to the Titan and wait until we see where the cash comes from there. Still 3 to go now. Ah, good. Okay, your night was tonight. Okay, then good night, Night Shopper. Although I probably already well missed that one because I think I missed saying good night to Night Shopper. I've been behind in chat today. I think my 10 has showdown value here, so I'm just gonna check back. I hate for another heart to come, but get lucky this time. So I think there's ace X and straight draws, like 8 jack from the flop that might take this line. So I think I'm calling here. And I guess there's worse 10s that take that line as well. Welcome, Mike. Good to see you, buddy. Always good to have you come and hang out here on the mothership with us. The big guns have not been firing well this week so far. We busted another dark matter today. I don't think we're playing badly, just poker situations are happening and we are not getting the best of them. So hopefully that will turn around in the next couple of days. But I'm not really that demoralized about it because it's just the way poker goes sometimes. And you just got to roll with the punches. And I'm frankly still doing well in nano events. So it's reminding me that I actually can play this game when the cards somewhat roll for me. So it'll come in the bigger events as well. I just have to keep going. I mean, and here's the thing. If I fire 5 times into the dark matter nano, and I bust 5 times in a row in the dark matter nano, I don't give a crap. I'm firing my 6th bullet because I know I've got a record in the dark nano, and I know that sometimes you're going to fire 5 bullets in a row and not cash the tournaments. That's just the way poker goes. And in theory, it's no different if I'm firing the big dark matter. In practice, it's a huge chunk of my bankroll, so it hurts a lot more. Alrighty, so I was going to say, I think we're just going to call behind here and see what happens. I was going to say we could shove here, and we could shove there. But shoving there is really high variance play where we're going to be, or even raising there is a high variance play where we're going to be in a big pot later on. In a spot like this where we're not really sure where we're at, our ace king could be ahead, but he could have just banked a queen. We could be facing flush draws to get there. So in a bubble type situation, I'm not that thrilled with going crazy with ace king. It depends on the situation, but also given the way Gleb has been throwing chips around and getting there, I'm not inclined at this point to get into big pots with him and potentially bubble as a result. That might be a good way to... I'll have to have a look at those. I actually never thought about that, and yeah, I've didn't realize you could go in for 10. But yeah, that actually does sound like a great way to do it. Although at the moment, as much as I want Unibet Open tickets to be able to play for the Unibet Open London, at the moment, my focus this week is on trying to get €10 tickets to fire into the dark matter. And I can't fire a Unibet Open ticket into the dark matter, so... €35? No, that's very decent. That is very decent for a free roll, for sure. For sure. So we're 9 to 15 in the singularity now. It's 9 people getting paid, so we're right on the min cash position. So 6 to go there. We got 3 to go in the money here in the Titan Nano, and we are already cashing in the black hole. Two to go to the money now in the Titan. Actually, might have gotten away with a bluff on that river. I was thinking about it. I was bounced from the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano pretty early today. Didn't last very long in that one. Haven't lasted very long in that one. Very often since I won it. It's almost like they're punishing me now for winning it. Alrighty, so we are now down to the hard bubble in the Titan Nano. And thank God I've managed to get a new table where I don't have Gleb the idiot on my right anymore. Mutz is a player we were playing against earlier in this one, though, so... I'm such a nit. I just open folded a pair of 4s in the singularity table because I was super early position. And I've only got 14 big blinds, although I guess shoving that is not a terrible thing to do. But I just hate doing that when I'm such early position. Let's go have a quick look there. Here's where it was. And I hate really doing that when I'm in such early position with big stacks behind me that can easily call me and take me out. We're not exactly in a bubble spot here, but we're not far from it. And I think that I need to play a little bit cautiously if I want to get into the money. And I obviously want to win this as well, but I think that getting into the money is the first step of winning it. So making sure that we don't bust before the money is a good plan. So I think getting involved with 4s there is not necessarily the best move at this stage of the tournament. In fact, I'd be more inclined to get involved with hands like Ace King, Ace Queen, Ace Jack than I am with 4-4. Or you at Ace 3, Ace 4, Ace Deuce than I am with 4-4. Flopping good in the dark matter. Big blind special. Or not dark matter, black hole. Not so special anymore. Lots of straight draws got there on that turn, but I think we're going to keep betting. Thing is, as a big blind special, I could easily be sitting here with the 3-5 or the 5'8", right? So just as easily as I was the 6'4" there. We're just going to open folder A7 in the small blind because it's A7. It's the worst ace. It is the worst ace. It's an ace, but it's the worst ace. Still money bubble in the Titan Nano. Min cash just pays back our buy-ins at this point because we're 3 bullets deep in the Titan. Yeah, we're three bullets deep in the Titan. But we're looking to go higher than that. $12 of 14 now in the Singularity, so I've got work to do for sure. So that's 5 to go to the money. We'll see if we get there or not. I'm not sure. It's gonna be interesting to see if we get there or not. Certainly aren't guaranteed it. And we're probably going to be open shoving here with our ace jack. Yep. Oh, just calls off with ace queen. Come on, double pair up, pair up. Oh, nice. We got the ace. Oh, he's still got it. He's still got it. We needed a king. Alrighty, so we're done in the Singularity, 14th. That's 5 from the money. That's kind of gross. We were kind of hoping to cash that one, but Singularities are pretty tough to get into. And when you just run out like that and get it, ace jack into ace queen. Ace jack might have been a bit wide to shove there, but it didn't have a lot of options, I don't think. So I don't really think. I mean, it's wide, but I don't really think I had any choice there, frankly. I've got to get my money in and try to get some value there. We got hands happening here in the Black Hole Nano. Laddered up to 170 guaranteed now in the Black Hole. We're in the money in the Titan. Nice one, Giggle Piglet. Good job, good job. Oh, sorry, Piano Cat. Sorry to hear that. You have been crushing the satellites a lot, though, lately, so. Hey, Crazy Papa's in the money with me on the Titan Nano. Ace 10 on the button. I think we want to see a flop with that. Get him on us. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. gonna put in the bluff here when he checks to me. Yeah, you get a lot of ace X's to fold. I guess I don't get him to fold in this spot, but we'll give it to him this time. I'm not doing that very often when I'm bluffing, so he'll Alrighty, so I'm wondering how long my mic has been muted for. I'm wondering how long it's been muted for, but I think we're back now with voice. Putting in my last 15 big blinds with Ace Jack in the Titan Nano. Nice one, Mike. Nice one. We might be meeting on the final table on that one then, buddy. We might just be meeting on the final table on that one. Yeah. Nice one, Mike. I'm definitely gropable. Alrighty, we got a break coming up, so I will send you over to some
Hello, I'm Betty Crocker. I guess every family has its own kind of problems, but certainly baking a cake doesn't have to be one of them. You don't have to be an expert when you use my cake mix. Take my newest flavor, Honey Spice. The men really go for it, and so will your bridge club. A perfect cake. You be the judge, or write General Mills, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and get your money back. Anybody can make a cake like that, even your youngsters. Just add water and 2 of your own fresh eggs. Those fresh eggs keep it moist and tender to the last crumb. Not that you'll ever have any crumbs left over. A Betty Crocker cake mix cake is high, light, better tasting. You know, even your very first cake will be perfect with my Betty Crocker cake mix. As a matter of fact, that's why I can safely say, I guarantee a perfect cake every time you bake, cake after cake after cake.
That's right. You do get a perfect cake with Betty Crocker cake mix. And if you don't have time to bother with fancy icings, Try this quick and easy topping. Spread a blanket of whipped cream over Betty Crocker gingerbread. Then spoon drain fruit cocktail over the top. Or make a shortcake of whipped cream and frozen or fresh berries, vanilla ice cream and chocolate sauce. Looks wonderful, tastes wonderful. Why not bake your own perfect cake? Betty Crocker perfect, right now.
Daddy! Gee, Mom was counting on that Jell-O cake for Johnny's Scout meeting tomorrow. Okay, Daddy. It's so easy to make a cake with Betty Crocker cake mix. I'll make her another one. White cake, devil's food, yellow cake.
It's a good thing her mom's modern. I'm Betty Crocker. With my yellow cake mix, all you do is add water and a couple of fresh eggs. The other ingredients are in the package. Same fine things you'd use right in your own home. You'll get a perfect cake just like this, or write General Mills, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and they'll send your money back. A high cake, a light cake, a better tasting cake.
And don't think it isn't. That's why Betty Crocker herself says,
I guarantee a perfect cake every time you bake, cake after cake after cake.
Cowboy Tom is a boy of 6. He can rope a steer because he knows he's got go power from Cheerios. He's got go power. There he goes. He's feeling his Cheerios. Cheerios. Cheerios.
Yes, Cheerios, the cereal that's shaped like a little letter O. No other cereal is like Cheerios, the only ready-to-eat cereal with this wonderful toasted oat flavor. A breakfast of Cheerios with milk, fruit, and buttered toast is all you need to give you go power. That's because Cheerios is made from energy-packed oats, made to give you the vitamins and minerals you need for healthy nerves, good red blood, strong teeth and bones. The oat cereal that needs no cooking.
He's feeling his Cheerios.
Whether it's baseball, football, basketball, or crew, what sparks a champion sparks you. And champions choose Wheaties.
Breakfast of Champions. Brought to you by Chesterfield.
The quality is high in every Chesterfield you buy. The nicotine is low and we can show the reason why. We analyze tobaccos, we experiment and test. So when you're buying Chesterfields, you know you buy the best. Chesterfields for me, Chesterfields for me. You just say it's Chesterfields for me.
Now, here he is, Harry Como.
We're back. Got the Titan Nano, and we got the Black Hole Nano rolling. We got Mike Mersey, good friend of the stream, on our left here, 5 past, playing as well. So that's cool. Just watching the stuff 3 minutes in the past, and the Betty Crocker cake commercials on. And one of the things I found most funny about that is that the girl comes in and gives her dad grief about eating the cake for her brother's Boy Scout meeting the next day. But instead of telling the dad to make a damn cake himself because it's so easy, she's like, it's so easy, even I can make it for you. And I'm like, no. The tagline is, it's so easy, even you can make it. Even Dad can make it. Nice example of how wonderfully gendered it was back then, though. The thought of Dad actually making the cake is just unthinkable. I'm afraid that's the end of my new ads for today. I don't have any more prepared, so if we do go to another break, it's going to be something old again that you've already seen at some point in the past. Or that some of you will have already seen at some point in the past. Maybe not all of you, because not all of you have always been here all the time, so might still be new. So we're 7 of 17 in the black hole nano with 170 guaranteed now. Payouts for that are, we've got 2 more spots at 170. Then there's 4 spots, at 186. We got a couple of spots at 207 after that, and then it starts going up from there on the final table. So we got some chances, and we got 31 and 39 up top, so that'd be a pretty nice little bank for the day. And adding the Black Hole Nano trophy to our trophy case would be pretty cool as well for the day. So sorry about that, Mike, but I think I just might have to beat. I think I might just have to win this one. So I'm okay if you take second, but I might just have to win this one, buddy. Sorry. I might just have to take this one down. Ace King in the Titan Nano. Oops. There we go, Ace King in the Titan Nano. So we're probably going to get our chips in the middle with that. So I think we can probably maybe start 3-betting or betting over top of Mutts more frequently now. He seems to have the idea that we only do it when we have a hand. Yeah, I don't want to just shove this one. I want to give somebody the opportunity to come over top of me. I want to give somebody the opportunity to think I might raise full here. Like that. Oh, come on, Crazy Poppy. You know you want to. Oh, come on. You know you wanted to, buddy. You know you wanted to so bad. Bankage. We've never won 2 tournaments on the same day, so that would be not a bad little achievement to do today as well. Be a double win for us in the Titan Nano, and our first win in the Black Hole if we did it, but we've never won 2 tournaments in a day either, so that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, no, even you haven't been here all the time. I mean, there's only one person who's been in the stream all the time, and that's the one that's sitting behind the camera. So, and I know especially for the first couple of weeks, although I replayed a lot of the early stuff that I did when nobody was watching me. I replayed those once I started getting stream viewers in. But there probably is still some ads that I ran back in the beginning that I didn't go back to again that nobody has seen, before. So nobody but me has seen before. I just don't know which ones they are because I've got so many sets now in my little repository that I'm not sure which ones might be new and which ones might not be new from that perspective. I'm thinking I might reload some of these back up to archive.com as well, which is where I get all the individual ads from, of course, as sort of recuts. I've noticed some other people have done, I mean, there's that guy that did the batteries not included thing, which put all those wonderful toy ads together and things like that. So I'm wondering, I might actually do that. I might actually cut some of these together into a larger package. Gonna put in raise here with my king queen, blind on blind, and probably call off action against Mr. Mike. Put in a raise with my a7 from the button here. Of course, you guys weren't watching the hand where I raised king queen into Mike, so you didn't see me do that. It just wouldn't be a mothership stream if we didn't mess up the comms a few times by turning our mic off or put up the wrong view screens from time to time with the wrong poker. And in fact, it wouldn't be a mothership stream if we didn't fold the best hand from time to time pre-flop as well. You know. We love Giggle Piglet. As I said the other day in Enie's chat never does quite get where it needs to go until Giggle Piglet shows up and starts directing traffic. I honestly have no idea how the jackpot works. I think it's all to do with cash game plays, though. Putting in a raise here with my pair of tens. We've leveled up to 186 now. Still looking for a final table and a big win, though. Oh, again, I'm talking about table you guys aren't watching. I was going to say let's go watch the table that Mike is on, but good things keep happening on the Titan table here, so we're gonna stay here. Now we're going to go look at the Mike table. There we go. So that's Mike Mersey to our left, a.k.a. 5 past. We have 14 players remaining in this one. Guaranteed 186 so far. Give Mike the walk there. I'm calling on the big blind with King 10 offsuit in the Titan Nano. See what flops. Flop comes King 10. So we're going to put in a raise with this and flip over to the Titan table. And I think we're putting in the raise against Mutts here with our two pairs. We just take it down there. That's cool. It's just a raise and take it with the threes on the black hole table as well. So poker is proceeding as normal. The past two hands. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm not really sure what it's. I'm not really sure what it's all about. It's. I'm pretty sure it's all to do with the cash games, but he's queen now in the black hole nano. Under the gun, but we're five-handed, so I'm really like in the hijack. I'm under the gun in the hijack, right? I'm always curious. I mean, I guess I should really play that like I'm 3 from the button or 2 from the button, not like I'm under the gun in a full-handed game, because the whole point of under the gun in a full-handed game or full-ring game is that you've got so many people to act behind you. I only have 2 people to act behind me before the blinds, so it's exactly the same as being on the. Now, I suppose the different number of cards that have come out that does make somewhat of a difference, but I frankly have no idea how to do that math, so no idea how to even start doing that math. But I can't see it making a massive difference. So I pretty much think in a shorthanded spot like this, you have to play under the gun like you're playing the hijack spot, right? You are a very good girl. You're very good to have in chat, and you're lovely to have around, and we love having you. That's why I say that you always make the chat a very interesting place to be, and a very enjoyable place to be. Oh, I guess you guys are talking about the jackpot free roll thing. Okay, then ignore what I was saying. I'm not sure about what these prizes that keep coming up in windows on the Unibet games that I'm playing are all about, and I'm assuming they're all from cash game stuff that I don't see, like bad beat jackpots and things, but or something similar. But alrighty, so we're 5 of 12 in the Titan Nano now. 34 cents guaranteed, 4.90 up top, and we are 7 of 14 in the Black Hole Nano. 186 guaranteed and 31.39 up top. We got 15 bucks in buy-ins to pay back to today though, so we need to go pretty deep in this if we're gonna. I mean, we just have to win it, right? I mean, if we just win it, we're fine. So let's just win it. Let's just win it. Well, I'm not going anywhere now. I think I'm still not going anywhere. I'm going to lose to an 8 some of the time here. Wow. Wow. So gross. So fucking gross. Uh-oh. Let's yeah, not a problem, and we shouldn't yeah, sorry about that. My mood block gets a little overly sensitive at times with weird links. I don't know. I get that links can be dangerous, so it's important that you kind of block them. But it's sort of a heavy-handed approach that Twitch has. That's not really easy to manage. I find. Yeah, it's just because when it silences you for. Oh wow! It deleted everything. Holy jeez! It went. I didn't realize it would go all the way back. That's bizarre. Yeah, Moobot's a dick sometimes. Moobot is a dick sometimes. Ooh, looks like Mike got cooler a little bit. There. Was that what happened? Was that last hand? Oh, gross. Gross spade run. I missed that. I was looking at another table, I guess. So we've flop top pair, top kicker. I think we'll check to the razor, but I don't think we're going anywhere, and I think we're gonna play back fairly aggressively at this stage. I think we just reshove. I mean, that's a big shove, obviously, but wow. Holy fuck! Oh, we get there. How did we... Board reading skills, Lyle. What the hell? So he... Oh, the 9. So, and we get the top pair. Excellent, the 9 pairs. Kind of like that. I hate it when they just fucking get there on us like that. But it's nice that when we get there. So cool. Alrighty. Alrighty. Board reading skills, Lyle. Board reading skills. That definitely gives us a chance in the black hole nano. For sure. God, I got so many backdoors with this piece of crap hand that we ended up with. I just don't want to put a ton of money in speculatively like that there, when I could be way behind. Well, probably almost certainly am way behind at that point. Just had one of those awesome hands that only happens in the nano events on the Comet table. Just gonna key that up for you guys here. We took down that pot there. So here we are in the Titan Nano, and we're on the big blind, and we get ace king. So we're pretty happy with that. We got a raise in from Lucara over here, under the gun. And, you know, we got ace king, so let's just lamp it all in. It's only 20 big blinds at this point, so let's just lamp it all in, right? That was an insta-call as well. I mean, we weren't, you can't really see it on here, but this is an insta-call. He wasn't tanking here. He just, boom, he just snaps me off. Just snaps me off. With King 5, everybody. King 5. Lovely nano moment. And fortunately, we managed to run out and keep it to ourselves and take down the big pot for a double up in the Titan as well. In a moment that can only happen in the nano events. Very nice river on that one, I have to say. Very nice river. Yeah, it took me a few minutes to figure out the board paired and how it paired and what it paired with and why that made me the winner. But I was just so disgusted when the 4 came on the turn that I just sort of gave up at that point, right? I'm just like, fuck. Another one of these where the worst hand sucks out on us. We're hand for hand for the final table in the Titan Nano now. 3 of 13 currently in the black hole nano. Still got Mike to our left. He's got a stack of about 140,000 now, so he's not bottom stack by any stretch of the imagination. Still got lots of chips to play with. The black hole is going to be a long time. If I win when I win the black hole, it's going to be a late day for me, and even later for the Europeans that I'm playing against for the most part. Which is one of the advantages I feel I have on this site, is that I'm playing these when I'm fresh in the afternoon against people who are late into their evenings and nights. Up to 73 cents guaranteed in the Titan Nano. The first place prize there is $4.90 up top, so that won't go that far towards paying us back our buy-in for the day, but our buy-ins for the day. But it won't certainly wouldn't hurt. We're really looking to go deep in this black hole to pay ourselves back for our buy-ins today. We're getting moved. So down to 2 tables left in the black hole now, 12 players remaining. See you again soon, Giggle Piglet. Hurry back. It's always funny with me because, like Ian, I've often forgotten. By the time 3 minutes has rolled by, I've often forgotten what I was talking about exactly at the moment. And it's always fun to watch my replay 3 minutes earlier and watch my gestures in the webcam and try to figure out what the hell I was talking about when I was doing things like that. I just had one where I'm doing this, and I'm like, I can't remember what I was doing but. It's fun. It's also fun because, of course, I have the sound off, so it doesn't echo back to me 3 minutes from 3 minutes ago. That would be like super distracting, I think. So I can't actually hear what's being said, so I have to sort of guess by the chat and by what I look like. So we lost Mike, unfortunately, on our from our table, so he's not on our black hole table anymore, but I'm sure he's still in the tournament. Let's just double check on that. Yes, he is still in the tournament, sitting in 10th position at the moment. Just on a different table. Yeah, I should probably put in a re-raise, actually, with the 3s there, now that I'm looking at this hand, rather than just calling behind. There could be ace X's doing this sort of thing. There's also going to be hands that hit a 7 or a 9 doing this sort of thing. I was trying to hit the timer button on the stream instead of on the actual table. But I think my threes are behind often enough here that I probably just have to get out of the way. Seems unlikely he has a jack, or he would have bet on the flop, I think, but could also, with so many people in, he could also have been checking the jack with hopes of getting somebody back, although if he just on a single jack, it's a little bit, that's kind of a questionable play, probably, because you could be in big trouble, but... Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. So we're on the final table now. The Titan, for the record, up to 135 guaranteed there. We are 3 of 5 currently. Make that 4 of 5. We're bringing out the pink 10K chips on the Black Hole Nano table. It's getting expensive to play poker over there. Gonna put in the raise with my 8-9 suited here, down to... I think we're gonna put in the C-bet here. Puts us to 3 of 5 again. It's really Woody and Nicky that we're keeping our eye on up there. Maybe tomorrow, maybe tomorrow it'll be my turn in the dark matter, a big version. Let's hope. It's actually not a spoiler because by the time I did this, we actually were on the final table. Even you're just not seeing it because it's not on the. I wasn't showing that table on the screen at the time, but we actually were by the time I did that. So in this today, it actually wasn't technically a spoiler. I don't think. Yesterday, it was 100% a spoiler. Very true, Giggle Piglet. Very true. Very good for a first day. You keep that up all month. So here's the situation in the Titan Nano at the moment. We're 3 of 5. We're currently a 3 of 5, guaranteed 135 in that one, with 490 up top. We've laddered up to 207 down in the black hole Nano, with 10 players remaining now. Let's have a good check on our buddy Mike. He is still in the tournament, sitting 9th place currently, so good on you, Mike. Let's meet at the final table, shall we? Still got a ways to go for that. We still got, it's a 6-handed final, 6-handed tables on this one, I think. Or is the black hole 9-handed? No, 6-handed, yeah. 6-handed, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I've still not withdrawn anything from my Unibet account. I'm using it all for poker at the moment. If I have a couple of big scores, I might pull some money out for my own purposes. But for the time being, I have stuck with just playing what I have. Alrighty, we are putting our tournament on the line. And we get it through. 6 of 10 there. Nice one, Mike. Good job. Take her down, buddy. Take her down. Is that the 2-year singularity that I was in? That I went out in 14th in? Sounds like it'd be about the right time for that to be coming up to heads up now. Yeah, it's a nice, it's a good site. I've certainly been profitable here as well. You know, which is obvious because I have not put any deposits into the site, so I have to be profitable because I would not be playing. I would not have any money to play with if I wasn't profitable. So still 5 remaining. In the Titan Nano, we're still 3rd place. Chip stacks hasn't really changed much there. Still the same people. Although the leader in 2nd place have switched positions. Everybody else is pretty much in the same spots they were. We just folded our 10-4 of clubs pre-flop with a, and this flop came out. So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Alrighty, I might just have to go close my back door at the break. I've had my door open to get some nice fresh air into the house because we tend to seal our places up pretty tight in the wintertime to keep the heat in, cold out. So when the springtime comes, even when it's not particularly warm outside, we like to get our, you know, it'll be 12 or 15 degrees outside, and we'll have all our windows open so we get some fresh air into the house for a change for the first time in like 4 months. But after a few hours, it does tend to drop the temperature. So I'm guessing I'm probably sitting here in a house that's about 16 degrees Celsius right now. So probably a little bit chilly. My hands are starting to get a little frosty. So I think we'll be closing the door when we go off on our next break. Let's see if we got some diamonds on this flop. No diamonds on this flop. No diamonds, no blue cards. Take her down, Mike. Take her down, buddy. Excuse me. I'm not sure why I'm yawning. I don't really feel tired. Actually feel like I got quite a bit of energy, so I don't really know why I'm yawning. Don't know. Humans are weird sometimes. I can be a particularly weird example of the human form as well, so, you know, it's like weirdness compounded. Alrighty, so could be fireworks happening in the black hole nano. Still 10 players remaining. I am 6th. Got 25 big blinds and ace king on the button. I could just shove that. I feel like 25 is a bit big for an open shove here. And if I get the work done cheaper, I get the work done cheaper, right? That said, I'm probably always calling off a shove there, and part of the reason why I only bet 3x there is to induce people to maybe try to shove and push me off the hand. Should have probably put in a raise with that. We'll get out of the way there, but yeah, slightly less money than the Black Hole Nano. I think it's that one was like 20 something euros, and the Black Hole is like 31 euros for the win. So it's slightly less. Raising with Ace Queen, cut off in the Titan. And I think we're just going to say good luck us. Good luck all in. Yes! Binkage! Nice. That puts us in the chip lead on the fucking Titan Nano. Yes. Chip leader. Booyah! Booyah! Is that a good flop for our hand? People, do you think? Do you think that might be a good flop for our hand? I just want you to put more money in the pot, sir. Please, I just want you to put more money in the pot, sir. Please, I just want you to keep putting money in the pot, sir. Aw, you didn't keep putting money in the pots. Sorry to hear that, Mike. Sorry to hear that. I shall do my best to avenge your death in this one, however. And we get the ace and the ace. We get the ace and the ace in the Titan Nano. Good job, Mike. Nice little score you got there. Well, I think we just pot this. I think we just pot this puppy. I might have wanted a bit smaller to try to get value, maybe. But I'm okay with just ending it there, too. Yeah, very good hold. Very good hold. This hand was we are on the final table bubble of the Comet, or the Black Hole Nano now as well. I got the straight draw here, so I'm gonna see what happens. We're ahead of anything but an ace, and we've still got the straight draw, so we're 5 of 7 in the Black Hole Nano as well, so on the final table bubble there. Night night, Mike. Good job, man. Yeah, I'd say that was a decent flop for our hand. Then we just get the ace and the ace in the next hand. I think I went a little crazy on this flop, actually. Yeah, that's what I was thinking after the fact, going a little smaller on that ace-ace flop. My thought was I wanted it to look like I was trying to buy the pot, and it didn't really work. But yeah, that's okay. Alrighty, so we got breaks coming up. I think I'm going to get out of the way with this ace-3. Yeah, I think we're just going to fold this out. So we will head off to a break shortly. And I think we had one more ad from batteries not included that we didn't run yesterday, so we'll throw that one in for this break. Get out of the way, and we'll be right back.
It all started at the dance. Barbie, the famous teenage fashion model doll by Mattel, felt that this was to be a special night. And then it happened. She met Ken. And somehow she knew that she and Ken would be going together. So now Mattel brings you Ken, Barbie's boyfriend, with a complete wardrobe of perfectly tailored clothes of unmatched quality. Now Ken and Barbie meet for lunch at school, go to fraternity parties, and just relax together. Think of the fun you'll have taking Barbie and Ken on dates, dressing each one just right. You'll find Ken wherever toys are sold. Look for this special tag that tells you he's a genuine Ken. Get both Barbie and Ken and see where the romance will lead. It could lead to this. And remember, you can tell it's Mattel. It's well.
Some fun when Snubby Gun plays Private Eye, and you can have the same kind of fun with Mattel's Tommy Burst Detective Set.
The Tommy Burst has automatic bolt action. Fire off a burst of 10 shots. Pull the bolt again, you're reloaded. Or fire single shots like a rifle. But Tommy Burst alone is $3. In the Detective Set, you also get the Snub Nose 38 and Snap Draw Shoulder Holster. The pistol fires greeny stickum caps and shoots safe shooting shells. The exciting new Tommy Burst Detective Set includes wallet, badge, and ID card. $7 wherever toys are sold. You can tell it's Mattel. It's swell.
The cannon's name is Johnny Reb. Hurrah, hurrah. Give him a hearty welcome and hurrah, hurrah. Old men will cheer, boys will shout, the ladies they will all turn out and we'll all feel gay when Johnny comes marching home. The hero's name is Johnny Reb. Hurrah, hurrah. Most famous cannon you can get. Hurrah, hurrah. Oh, Johnny Reb is ready now. Load him up. Wow! And we'll all feel gay when Johnny comes marching home.
Be sure you get Johnny Reb, Remco's authentic Civil War cannon. $11.98, complete with loader, cannonballs, tow rope, and battle flag. Remember, every boy wants a Remco toy, and so do girls.
take you now to Remco's Project Yankee Doodle Secret Rocket Test Center, where a giant Atlas rocket will blast a new satellite into orbit. The next voice you hear will be that of our project engineer.
Sound the warning siren. All's ready! Push the launching lever and begin the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0! Wow! There goes the Atlas into orbit. I'm going to ask my dad for a Remco Project Yankee Doodle.
Remember, Remco's Project Yankee Doodle Test Center comes with 4 Atlas and Titan rockets and 3 different satellites. Only $9.98 at your favorite toy store. Every boy wants a Remco toy.
Flight leader to ideal fighter jet, clear for takeoff.
Roger! This is fighter jet and making a left bank to join formation.
Flight leader to ideal fighter jet, turn indicator on. Red warning light will tell you when you're off course. You're flying by radar. Hold her steady. Enemy plane coming in at 2 o'clock. Enemy out of machine gun range. Set your rangefinder. Get set to use rockets.
He's in my sight. Rockets ready. Fire 1, fire 2, 3, 4.
Flying in Ideal's electronic fighter jet is like flying a real jet fighter. You work the throttle, indicators, radar scope, and warning light. You control 6 moving targets, fire 4 rocket guns. Buy Ideal's fighter jet wherever good toys are sold.
It's a wonderful toy. It's ideal.
We are back. Couple of comments about that last little segment of ads running through now. The Johnny Reb toy set is quite an interesting little bit of quite an interesting little bit of trivia. Interesting little bit of trivia there, and historical stuff. Probably wouldn't make it to market in today's world, I would think. You know, the Civil War is contentious enough, but you're giving your kid Confederate flags for his toys. It's a little bit yeah, one of those, you know, one of those spots. It's one of the things I love about these old ads is that we're down to 2 of 4, by the way, in the Titan Nano, so things are going well there. It's one of the things I love about these old ads is that they're just, some of the things that they come up with are just astonishingly in bad taste. Johnny Reb being one of those examples. I love this missile launch. I love this missile launch kit that has just come on now from 3 minutes ago. That thing looks super cool. I would have loved to have had that as a kid. But one of the things that kind of makes me smile as well is the final ad that you're gonna. Well, you will have seen it by the time you hear these words. It'll be coming on here in the 3-minute delay in a couple of seconds. Is the last ad in this sequence showing the state of virtual and augmented reality in the 1950s with the fighter jet simulator deal. Roger that. So I guess we're all in with our Ace King here. And we get there, or we don't have to get there, we stay there. And we have got 236,000 chips going into the final table of the Black Hole Nano now. We're on the final table of the Titan Nano and the final table of the Black Hole Nano. So yes, life is going well. I will not spoil this for the audience, though. I should not have folded an ace 10 of diamonds in that spot. Oh well. You win some, you lose some. Four-handed on Titan. Nano table. Probably not going to call off with an ace-8. Going to put in a bet with my king at 10 on the black hole table. Check that back. Currently guaranteed 655 in the black hole. Yeah, I'll get out of the way here. Down to three-handed now. We are second of 3 in the Titan Nano. 253 guaranteed there. We're all pretty damn even now. Even stacks in the Titan Nano. All around 700,000 chips. No spoilers that time. I had that poised. I had. Exactly. I wasn't able to type anything in chat until I got through with the until the final table came up, or else I would have had to copy paste that out to make sure I get it back in without having to retype it again. Unless you've streamed before, you don't know the back end nightmares of being a streamer sometimes, and you know the having to time things and have things prepared and have things waiting, and then realize that you're ahead, so you've got to back it up, and it's crazy. Yeah, I think we're just calling off here, and if he's got the jack, he's got the jack. If he's got the 7, he's got the 7. Jesus, does he have the spade? No, I guess we're not calling off here. God damn it! How does it just come 7 jack spade spade? How does it just come fucking 7 jack, spade, spade there? So we're guaranteed 655 in the black hole nano now. I gotta plug in my headset. Hang on a sec. We got stuff happening in the black hole. We got stuff happening in the black hole. All right, we don't have that much stuff happening in the black hole, but something happened in the black hole anyways. I think we're probably calling off any action here. We're not raise folding this. We're raise calling this. We're probably raise calling on the Titan table as well, where we're still three-handed. Hand developing there potentially. I'm actually going to put in the raise here with my straight draw, and makes sense that it gets out of the way. The last hand with him, he could easily have bluffed me off a pot there completely because of the way the board ran out. But alrighty, so the two leprechauns are getting a bit uppity with each other. Wow. 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 That certainly escalated quickly. The leprechauns going to fucking war. Sigh. I mean, you hate doing that with deuces, but I suppose I could have shoved instead. Maybe she doesn't call. Maybe she doesn't call a shove there. Maybe she... I mean, I think she probably does call a shove there anyways. No, 10-7, she probably doesn't call a shove there. Or did I shove there? What the hell did I do there? Yeah, I raised, she shoved, I called. If I shove, she might not call with 10-7. So, I guess maybe shoving's better. I guess maybe shoving is a better move there than raise call off, which was the plan. With deuces, bad plan. With deuces, bad plan. Yeah, bad plan with deuces. Bad plan with deuces. Leveled up to 1205. 4 players remaining in the Black Hole Nano for the record. We are 4th of 4, but, you know. So actually, we are not far off of making a profit. In fact, we might be making a profit already today with our guaranteed cashes in these events. Cool. We're definitely calling you off here. Yeah, that's going to be a bad. It's going to be a bad run out for you. So we're heads up in the Titan Nano. Oh, geez, you guys didn't see that. You guys didn't see that hand. Well, that's cool. Basically, what happened is I'm going to be all in here in the black hole. I managed to get kings in against queen 10, and we got there, or we stayed there. We are done in the Black Hole Nano in 1205, or in 4th for 1205. So that's a nice little result. We are heads up in the Titan Nano with a flush. We are heads up in the Titan Nano with a flush. Huh. I don't know how he checks behind there. Was there any pair on that board? Oh, okay, there's a straight flush on the board. Yeah, that's how he checks behind there. Fair enough. Yeah, you're right. Jamming was a way better. Jamming was a way better choice there, and that's what I should have done. That is 100% what I should have done. We're all in with our set of kings here, Trip Kings. Yeah, we are in the money for the day, no matter what happens here in the Titan now. That's always nice to see. Because the Titan gives us enough to absolutely be in the money. Not very much profit because of the 10 euros, but it's a pretty good day when you make up your 10 euro buy-in loss in nano wins. So I can't really complain about that. We've done that no matter what with the 350 going in. We're not quite over there now, as you can see. We're still a little bit under the final numbers, but the 350 minimum here, or 490 that we get from this one, is I think we're going to play this one down. We got 1 million chips. 1 million chips. Thank you, thank you. It was a nice run there. And that was pretty much our day saver today after we busted the dark matter. I still need to win that puppy sometime, but I'll take a fourth today. Especially if we get a double win here on the Titan, which is definitely a possibility here. I wonder if King High was good there or not. Gross. Very gross. Well, GLS. Bankage! That's a double win in the Titan Nano for us, ladies and gentlemen. So we've won 2 Dark Matters and 2 Titan Nanos now to our name. That's a 490. 490 for the win. And that gives us a profit on the day. Make sure we get a screenshot of that puppy. Make sure we get a screenshot of that puppy. Sweet. So, what does that give us? That gives us a 29% ROI for today, which is pretty astonishing considering we busted a 10-euro bullet, and we made all that back from 10-cent and 50-cent buy-in tournaments. So it's a pretty astonishing recovery for the day. 1976 in wins for 1530 in buy-ins. So pretty darn happy about that situation, I think. Thank you everybody for hanging out with me today and for, having the fun with me playing the pokers. I really want to bank one of these Dark Matter tournaments, but I'm still having fun doing all this, and we're actually not down that far simply because we've been banking other stuff while we've been busted out of the 10-euro tournaments. Not going to keep busting out of the 10-euro tournaments, though. I am going to start cashing in those shortly, I think. Thank you very much for hanging out with me tonight. Thank you very much for hanging out right till the end and watching me take down this Titan Nano for the second time. And hope you keep coming back through the week because we are going to keep playing poker here on MotherShip Poker. Thanks a lot, folks. I am going to head out now. Once I click the stream off here, got about 3 minutes. I'm going to look for somebody to throw the host over to. Might be Hustler Honey, might be somebody else. We will see. MotherShip coming in for a landing. I am out. For more vintage poker content from MotherShip Poker, click the subscribe button and check out the playlists for all of our old archived content, as well as the ads-only cut from some of the early streams.